I will call the Milpitas City Council meeting to order October 17th, 2023. While this meeting is broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. City Clerk Guzetta, please take roll call.
Councilmember Barbadillo. Vice Mayor Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lian.
Here.
Councilmember Fan.
Present.
Mayor Montano.
Here. Before we adjourn to closed session, City Attorney Motoplasi, please brief the public on the closed session items.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. You have 3 items on tonight. Item A is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to GC section 54957.6. The agency designated representative is no longer accurate. Your bargaining representative for today will be Rick Bolanos from LCW. Item B, you have conference with real property negotiators regarding 1700 Sango Court. Your agency negotiator will be Alex Andrade, Economic Development Director. You will be discussing both lease, price, and terms. And finally, item C, you have threat to public services. This is pursuant to Government Code Section 54957. This will be in consultation with IT Director Daniel Nam.
Thank you. Call for public comment on the closed session items. Anyone in the public? Seeing none, we are adjourned for a closed session. Meeting is now called back to order. So if our city attorney can report out what's in closed session, items in closed session.
Thank you, Mayor. The council received reports on 3 items: labor negotiations, real property negotiations, and the threat to public services or facilities. There's nothing to report out at this time.
Thank you for that. And now it is time for our presentations. If the city council would like to join me. Good evening, everybody. It's a full house today. Hey, so I will make the presentation so this is Breast Cancer Awareness Month. And National Breast Cancer Awareness Month is an annual campaign to increase awareness and public knowledge about breast cancer. More than 43,000 women die from breast cancer each year in the United States. Early detection and regular screenings are the most reliable way to detect breast cancer early and treat the disease. So I encourage citizens to join in activities that will increase awareness of what can be done to prevent and control breast cancer, and pay tribute to those who have lost their lives to this disease. Therefore, I, Mayor Carmen Montano, and on behalf of the City Council, proclaim October 2023 as Breast Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. And would there be anyone that would like to receive this proclamation? Any woman? If not, I will turn it over to our city. I will leave it here for the City Council, City Clerk, rather. And then also, there was a Filipino Heritage Month. Vice Mayor, would you like to come and say something about a Filipino Heritage Month? This is Filipino Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you all for coming this evening, and also our people on Zoom. October is the Filipino American Heritage Month. We recognize we commend and thank the Filipino Americans who contributed to our culture, whether it's in music, arts, science, technology, math, entertainment. So we commend them and we thank them for their contributions. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So now let's all stand up for the Pledge of Allegiance. Okay, ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everyone. You may be seated. And now it is time for invocation. We have our Councilmember Anthony Fan for the invocation. Thank you.
Thank you. We gather here today with heavy hearts, recognizing the pain and suffering that has unfolded halfway across the world in the midst of the Israel-Palestine war. In the spirit of unity, let us begin this Milpitas City Council meeting with a moment of reflection and empathy for all who have been touched by the recent violence and devastation. As we come together in a diverse and Mayor, I'm trying to do my invocation. As we come together in a diverse and inclusive community, we are mindful of the human toll this conflict has taken, particularly the tragic loss of innocent lives, the abductions of women and children, and the anguish felt by families on all sides. It is essential to remember that compassion, understanding, and a commitment to peace are values that transcend borders. Let us not forget that in Milpitas, our strength lies in our unity and in our ability to respect the perspectives and backgrounds of all our residents. We stand for inclusivity, justice, and the protection of human rights. We also recognize that many of our own residents have connections to the region, which makes the pain even more personal. We hope and we pray for an end to this cycle of violence and suffering. We call upon leaders worldwide to work tirelessly for peace and a just resolution that respects the rights and dignity of all parties involved. And we extend our support to those seeking solace and refuge in our community. And we remain committed to fostering an atmosphere of unity and understanding within Milpitas. As we commence our City Council meeting tonight, let us hold in our hearts the principles of peace, justice, and empathy, and let our actions and decisions reflect those values. Together, we can send a message of hope and healing to those affected and make Milpitas a place where every individual, regardless of their background, can find solace, support, and opportunity. Thank you. And let us begin our meeting with these thoughts in mind.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. So now let's move on to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 1 minute tonight. So call for speakers, City Clerk. Are there any speaker cards?
Yes, I'm going to call them 3 in a row. If you could please listen for when your name is called. And the first is KST. Next is Charles Wright, followed by Anishka Agrawal.
Okay, thank you. Welcome.
Can I start right now?
Just a reminder, I don't think we can have posters here. That's one of us. City Attorney, can you make a comment?
As long as they're not interrupting the business of the council, they're allowed to display small
Okay.
posters.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Okay, you may
Okay.
proceed.
Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is KS, and I'm Milpitas resident, and that's for 2 kids. And the kids have been grow up in Milpitas since they are born. Today, I would like to talk about some problem of tennis court at home Memorial Park. I usually will drive my kids around to look for the tennis court, as the kids and the friends love to play tennis. And sometimes we have to drive to the neighboring city to look for the courts. Since pickleball pilot program, the city has converted 2 tennis courts at Hall Park to accommodate for pickleball. This makes the situations get worse. This is one of the park. Okay, this is one of the park that kids love to go to, and as other park is being mostly occupied by adults, pickleball program at Hall Park has indirectly taken away kids' joy and tennis. I actually request for remove. I actually request.
Thank you very
Okay.
much. We have 1 minute
Okay.
time limit. Thank you. Thank you for coming up. So the next person?
The next speaker is Charles Wright, followed by Anishka Agrawal,
Okay,
and then
welcome,
Sushant Agrawal.
Welcome, Mr. Wright.
Hello. Hi, Council. I
Hello.
think, if you don't know me, my name is Charles Wright. I work with my wife, Alice Wright. We've been in the shopping carts for 20 plus years in the city of Milpitas. We've lived here in the community for 40 plus years. And I just want to say, we believe the most important thing in life is to be a good person. And you should take care of those you love. your family, your friends, your community. And we tried to do that to the best we could. And I don't know if you know, but in May, my wife was, we went to the ER, the ICU. She came out, she had blood clots and cancer. So that was a few months ago. And things have happened since then. And my mom has a degenerative back. And she also has diabetes. I take her to all our appointments. And just a few weeks ago, my mom's partner, life partner, she's been with him for 30 to 40 years. And he's went to the ER, in the ICU, in the ICU ever since.
I'm sorry,
Okay.
you can proceed like just a few more seconds.
Yeah. He's
'Cause
been
I
in the
know that's
ICU.
heartfelt.
He has heart and liver and kidney failure. And because I've been in the ICU for 6 to 8 hours every day, and we have to resign from the carts effective immediately because of that.
Thank you. We'll pray for her. Thank you so much. Okay, next.
The next speaker is Anishka Agrawal, followed by Sushant Agrawal, and then Diego Valdez.
Welcome.
I think she's nervous.
Embarrassed.
Okay. All right. So, hey, everyone. So this is Sushant. I'm a Milpitas resident for close to 7 years and father of 2 daughters who wants to become next Williams sisters. So it's the same agenda we have that there's a request from the community that we don't convert the tennis courts at the Hall Park into pickleball courts. We are already short of tennis courts in around the city. And also the condition of tennis courts at Dixon Landing Park is pretty bad. I have raised several requests, but nothing has been done in the past couple of years. So I just want to request all the city council to think about it. There's a lot of animosity and a division going on between 2 different communities of pickleball and tennis fans. So just want to convey that message. Please save our tennis courts. And it shouldn't come at the cost of other sports popularity. We need more infrastructure, more tennis courts, and same as more pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
Next, we have Diego Valdez, followed by Johnny Reed, and then Vikas Seth.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Diego Valdez. I live on the Pines for the last 40 years. And I love Milpitas. And my kids all grew up there. And we're having, I don't know how to tell you, but it's the problem that we're having now. I have 14 residents that live here, there,
So just a friendly reminder, you have 1 minute, so you gotta.
Okay, on the safe street. Anyway, we have a problem with skunks, raccoons, possums, and rats. And I even have a letter, because I work as a cross guard, from Zanker School that the rats are going in the portables in the roof, and they have fleas. The kids got fleas, and even says there that they hope that the city could support them. And they're just,
Thank you very
but
much.
I'm gonna leave this
But we got your
behind.
point. You can leave that in that little box right there.
You can see what it's all about.
Yeah, you can leave that material in that
Okay.
box right there. And what
And I thank you.
we will do is I'll have our city manager reach out to you. I think it's the county that's
Okay.
responsible. Thank you. Your name and address, your name and contact information is there, right, Diego? On that? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, next.
Hi, my name's Johnny Reed, and I've been here a couple times lately about the noise at Parktown Plaza facility that's going in, and I appreciate what the city manager's done, getting a hold of telling his people about it, and they checked on it really well, and I'm very, very happy about that. Thank you very much. The other thing I want to say is we may not notice it, but I have going to a park in San Jose, and the homeless is just crazy in San Jose and places. And the Milpitas police, and you all are doing a very good job, because we don't have a bunch of homeless all over the place. I know it's tough in this world to live with the prices things are, but my goodness, it's just really helpful. So I want to thank you very much. Thank you very, very much. Police, you're doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you. So next,
Hello, my name is Vikas Seth. I'm a Milpitas resident for last 12 years, and I've been playing tennis at Hall Park for 12 years. I'd like to mainly raise 3 points. One is there has been talks going on about conversion of tennis courts to pickleball. These two are two completely different sports. Comparing these two sports is completely wrong because they take a different food space. The kind of comparisons that were shown in the city meeting on 2nd of October, they seem to be very biased because of those numbers. In 2 tennis courts, we can make 6 pickleball courts. And if we are trying to compare the number of players, the number of hours of footprint and all those things, I personally feel it's a completely wrong representation of the numbers. I would also like to bring forward that all the tennis community was only involved for the 2nd October meeting. There were meetings that happened prior to 2nd October, and there were surveys which were being done where the tennis community was not involved.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Next speaker is Kaylin Butisa, followed by Mayank Patel, and then Voltaire Montemayor.
Welcome.
Hi, I'm Kayleen Buteau. I was here about a month ago asking about the backup sounds for vehicles, and I've had an email exchange with Mr. Thomas and then also with the city attorney, who told me that what you guys will do is always what the city council is. So what my question is for the city council is, what can I do to make the backup sounds on the DHL, all those sounds, to make that an issue for the city council to care about? There other cities are having Atherton and Palo Alto are quieter. How can I convince you guys that those backup sounds, not just for me, but for anybody on the spectrum, and also animals, are bothered by those senseless backup sounds? There's no studies showing that backup sounds save lives. There's no laws that they have to be there. There are studies showing that loud noises reduces our IQ. So that's what I'm up here to ask city council. What can I do? What can I do to make you guys see it as a priority to stop all these senseless backup noises that are loud and shrill, as well as the Milpitas Unified School District?
Thank you. Thank you.
That question?
Wait, it's the next person. Sorry.
The next speaker is Mayank Patel, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, then Nicole Tay.
Hi, City Mayor and City Council member. I'm talking to express my deep concern about Hall Memorial Park situation. It is unfair to grow pickleball at the cost of tennis at Hall Memorial Park. It is unfair to start pickleball pilot program without taking a consent from Hall tennis community and neighborhood of the Hall. It is unfair to generate more traffic and noise pollution in the peaceful Hall Memorial neighborhood. It is unfair to shatter the dreams of junior tennis players at the Hall Memorial Park. It is unfair to demotivate the tennis community at Hall Memorial Park. And it is unfair to take away walkable tennis court from kids. I urge Milpitas City Council and member to find a permanent solution, because it is unfair to grow pickleball at the cost of tennis at Hall Memorial Park. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And
Next is Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Nicole Tay, then Jonas Tay.
Welcome.
Thank you. Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, anyway, I like the invocation from City Council member Fan. And all the speakers varied the problems are to be resolved, though. I always trust the city, and they're doing good, everybody, and the police force. Anyway, I was with PRCRC, and I heard those. So I think there were, I don't know, maybe somebody will speak about, there was a survey before this problem of this tennis court and pickleball courts. So yeah, I'm with everybody. We will resolve this. Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Next is Nicole, followed by Jonas, and then Wei-Lu.
Hi, my name is Nicole Tay, and I've been playing tennis for 3 years. I play with my neighborhood, and we all go to Hall Memorial and Dixon Landing. And Dixon Landing has a bunch of cracks, so we play more at Hall Memorial. And me and my friend, we play in the park most of the time, and then we play tennis after that, and then we go home and eat ice cream. Yeah.
I love it. Thank you so much.
Next
Thank you.
is Jonas, followed by Wei-Lu, and then if she wanted to speak, we still have Anishka Agrawal.
Hi, my name is Jonas Tat. I have been practicing tennis at Hall Park for the past 4 years and participated in many tournaments. We want to save our tennis courts at Hall Park. Hall Park Tennis Court is the best place where we can play and have fun with our friends and families. So please don't change the tennis courts into pickleball courts. Thank you.
Next is Wei-Lu, and then Anishka Agrawal.
Welcome.
Thank you so much to give me this opportunity to raise the voice of the tennis community. My name is Wei-Lu. I'm living in Milpitas for 7 years. During the pandemic, it's a difficult time. During that difficult time, that is tennis community accept me and coaching me, and they are very kind, accept me as a beginner. And also we become the closer friends. And when the pickleball players want to start this pioneer pickleball program, we also accept them and convert 50% of the court and share the court with them. But recently, they announced that they want to remove all of the tennis court to pickleball courts. They will kill the tennis community immediately. So please save the tennis court. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next.
And finally, we have Anishka.
Hi, I'm Anishka Agarwal, and I've been playing tennis for about 3 years. I think that taking away tennis courts and making them into pickleball courts is not very nice. And all the 2 tennis courts at Hall Park and the 3 at Dixon Landing are not enough. Plus, the ones at Dixon Landing are cracked and not really good. Plus, the nets are like destroyed. So you could make more pickleball courts, but I like tennis better. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. I really love it because you're exercising your freedom of speech. I love it. Thank you. And this is a learning moment for you. This is great. Thank you, Mom, for bringing the kids down here. Thank you. Okay. Is there any Vice Mayor? Did you have a question? Hold on.
Miss Gusera, was this the last one for the tennis?
Yes, this was the last
Thank you so
public
much.
forum speaker.
Hey, the tennis community, I don't know if you know, there's a lot of work being done behind the scene, and this is being done by our public works. And I would like to call on briefly our Deputy City Manager, Matt Cano, to respond briefly to your concerns.
So you could take the others, maybe that one.
Hello. Okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Oh, this is on now. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the opportunity. Deputy City Manager Matt Cano. I truly appreciate everybody coming out today and voicing their opinions and concerns. I want to assure everybody we are listening. We listened carefully at the Parks Commission meeting a few weeks back. We are listening tonight, and we will be having another community meeting where everybody that has signed up with us and everybody whose addresses we have will be invited to that community meeting well in advance of it, so that we can have another forum for discussion with the entire community. And after that community meeting, we will then proceed again to the Parks and Recreation Commission and then finally to the City Council. And so be on the lookout for a message from us soon on when that community meeting will be.
Thank you very much.
So much.
Thank you, Ed. And Ned, did you want to mention anything else?
Thank you, Mayor. I think the Deputy City Manager covered that well. Again, our Recreation Services Director, Renee Lawrenson, will be sending out an email to everyone that we have an email address for. Again, express my appreciation as well for the comment. This is the comment period in this month as well as the next month that we're looking for this type of input on the pilot project that has occurred over the past year for pickleball. So we really do appreciate the engagement and the comments that are coming in. And as our Deputy City Manager said, the email will give you more information on an upcoming community meeting that everyone will be invited to for additional input. Thank you.
Thank you, City Manager. As he mentioned, there will be another public forum and everyone will have their chance or opportunity to speak on this item. Thank you very much for coming out. So now we were moving on to the announcement of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have City Attorney Michael Matulapasi.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask you, Mayor, and each of the council members whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Councilmember Barbadillo.
Just for an FYI, he left because he had a bad headache, so he's not here.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
None.
Mayor Montano.
And I have none.
Thank you. I further ask you, members of the Milpitas City Council, to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from the development project applicant for a development project on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Councilmember Fan.
I am disclosing a contribution I received from one of the project applicants to my mayoral campaign. I can't recall if it was within the last 12 months. It might have been a little further than that.
I think there's a time frame. I don't think you have to disclose it, from my understanding.
So it would be within the last 12 months, and I think you have to disclose the identity of the.
Yeah, the applicant, Mr. Sanjay, for the project on. Let me see. For item 15. Project located at 1339 Terra Vista Court.
Yeah, thank you.
And finally, Mayor Montano.
None. Okay.
Please allow the record to reflect those disclosures that have been made at this meeting.
Thank you for that, our city attorney. And so now I will read the code of conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Words, tone, and body language do matter. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. So thank you. And so now moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any? Vice Mayor has a comment.
Move.
By Council Member Vice Mayor Chua.
Second.
Seconded by Councilmember Lian. So now it's time for the vote.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Lian.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so now we've already voted. So now we'll take the go on the consent calendar. So staff, are there any comments that you'd like to make on the consent calendar? Any changes?
No changes or comments, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, so with that, is there any council members that would like to make any changes or comments on the consent calendar? Councilmember Fan?
I'd like to add item 17, which is the authorization of the final application for the Conservation Fund grant to our consent calendar.
Thank you for that. I was going to do that, but I'm glad you did that. So we are moving item 17 onto the consent calendar. Any other recommendations from the council? If not, we will go on to public comment. Are there any comments on the consent calendar from the public? I was just informed that there is this the right time to do that? Yes. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay, we'll get to scratch that out. So any comments on the consent calendar from the public? So I see none, and Vice Mayor Chua.
Motion to approve consent calendar with one item pulled by Councilmember Fan.
Actually, he didn't pull it, he added it to.
I mean, added to the consent calendar.
This item
number
17.
17.
And seconded by Councilmember Fan. So the motion by Councilmember Vice Mayor Chua and seconded by Councilmember Fan. So now we are going to call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leon.
Aye.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you for that. So all these consent calendars have been put on consent, and now we are going to go to public hearings. So we will have the public hearing, the applicants and the representatives may be allotted up to a total of 10 minutes for opening statements and up to a total of 5 minutes maximum for closing statements. And this is for public hearings, item 15. City Manager, would you like to read the title?
Thank you, Mayor. Item number 15 is a zoning variance to allow development of a structure with a height that extends above what is called the hillside crestline zone of protection sightline, which is part of the city's hillside development ordinance. There's also a related application for a site development permit and a planned unit development amendment for the single family residence that is located at 1339 Terra Vista Court. We have our acting senior planner, Avery Stark, here to give the presentation. I believe our planning director, Jay Lee, is also available online for the presentation tonight. I'll turn the time over to them for the presentation.
Welcome, Jay Lee.
Good evening, council members. As City Manager Ned Thomas indicated, Acting Senior Planner Avery Stark is here to give the presentation and staff's recommendation.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members, members of the public and community. Thank you for joining us this evening. As indicated, I'm an acting senior planner here with the City of Milpitas. And the item before you is a request for a variance in relationship to, again, that site development permit and plan unit development amendment. Next slide, please. So the applicant is requesting a variance in relationship to that site development permit and amendment to construct a roughly 5,900 square foot single family residence, 2 detached accessory structures, an in-ground pool on a roughly 1.4 acre lot, a vacant lot, mind me. And then the following is a brief summary of the applicant's requests.
So the zoning variance is to deviate from the hillside development standards, the crestline zone of protection portion of our municipal code, which restricts the height of structures located within 300 feet easterly of the crestline, such that no structure extends above the crestline sightline or visually intrudes into the crestline zone of protection. I'll talk a bit more about that during the presentation. There's also a site development permit that's in conjunction to allow the development of the home, and then a planned unit development amendment, which is required in order to make minor modifications to the development to account for the change in the overall architectural style and design of the home, the number of change in garage car stalls in the garage, and a increase over the conceptually approved 4,000 to 5,000 square feet for a total of roughly, again, 5,900 square feet. And this project, as located in the hillside, requires both the Planning Commission recommendation and then being forwarded on to City Council for final decision with us meeting this evening. Next slide, please. Just a brief timeline here of the application in front of you this evening. From the date of the official submittal of the site development permit and the planned unit development, we are at 2 years and 4 months. Total time spent reviewing this application by city staff is a total of 107 days, roughly 4 months in our proverbial court for review. There has been 4 comment letters provided to the applicant spanning from June 6th of 2021 to a letter where we deemed the project completed 6/29/2023, where it began its procedures with the Planning Commission. Since the Planning Commission hearing in September of 2022, staff has been communicating with the applicant and has had one meeting to discuss which path they would like to take regarding the design and the recommendation and comments provided by the Planning Commission. They have chosen the path of coming here this evening with the recommendation from Planning Commission as denial to the City Council to discuss. I'll clarify so that on Tuesday of January 10th, city staff met with the property owners, developer representatives, and the designer to discuss the possible ways the design could be modified to further conform to the hillside development standards and the recommendations provided by Planning Commission. In that meeting, we did have an opportunity to see a rough sketch of a revised set of plans that met some of the recommendations provided by the Planning Commission. But at this point, the applicant chose to move forward with the project as it was presented at Planning Commission. So there's no changes this evening to the application. Next slide, please. Just a project site location, just an aerial image here of the project located in the northern portion of the city of Milpitas, just west of the Bayview Golf Club. The property is part of a countryside estate subdivision and development, which is community with a homeowners association. This subdivision includes 6 lots, including the one that is an open space parcel, which is located immediately to the west of the project site, as you see indicated there, that is to be preserved as open space in perpetuity. To date, 5 of the 6 other lots one lot has been developed and constructed. 2 other lots have been approved for development by both the Planning Commission and City Council. This lot 1 tonight, and then in the future, lots 3 and 4 will come back to this body. Next slide, please. The zoning, here's a zoning map of the parcel. Again, the project is zoned within our neighborhood R1 single family residential hillside. And the general plan designation of the project site and the surrounding properties, again, is residential hillside low density, as you can see in that light-ish green color. Next slide, please. Wish that was a little bigger now that I see it on this big screen, but this is the site plan, which is also outlined in your attachments. But this is just an indication and the location of the proximate driveway as it makes its way north along the property to the primary home there at front. The left, thank you there, IT. We have our pool cabana, which is one of the accessory structures. And then in the back right of the property is the a proposed accessory dwelling unit, which is not a part of the scope of this project as it is a state limited review and will be reviewed subsequently during the building permit process. Next slide, please. Technical difficulties. There we go. Thank you. This is a floor plan of the proposed first floor, which includes approximately 4,400 square feet, include a attached two-car garage leading into the mudroom, laundry room, and the required parking for the proposed residence, which is 4 spaces, and the proposed project includes 5, so it meets the requirements for parking. Again, the front entrance here, which is the bottom of your screen, will be facing due east, kind of centered in the middle of the home. And then it will open up into a great room with a kitchen area, living areas, like an additional kind of butler pantry type room, as that overlooks the west to the hillside. This floor will also include the primary bedroom suite, 4 bedrooms and 4.5 bathrooms. Next slide, please. Here we have on just the upper half of the home, again, primarily dedicated to bedroom spaces, along with, the primary bedroom is on the 2nd floor, my apologies, 2 bedrooms, and then an open area that looks down to the 1st floor. Next slide, please. This is just a depiction of the garage, the basement. So you have on the left-hand side, the 2-car garage, which leads into a large storage area, one possibly accessed by an elevator there, which is a small box, and then a staircase towards the bottom of your screen, which would gain access to the front of the home, and a utility room in the back right corner. This is an illustration of the roof plan, which will have proposed like a glass railing that would go around the perimeter of the entire roof, making it accessible and is intended to be dedicated for games, entertainment space. And then that right-hand side there is maybe a little hard to see there, but just illustrates the structural components of the glass guard to ensure safety if people were utilizing the roof. Next slide. Just some images that show the front and rear elevations from the east and west. The proposed residence will be at a maximum height up to the top of the roof as measured 25 feet from grade, 22 feet to the ridge of the top of the 2nd floor, 25 feet, including the height of the glass balcony area on the roof. Next slide, please. Here we just have kind of the conceptual, more detailed color rendering of the proposed project, seen from this front facade, done in a kind of Spanish colonial style in a modern way with in terms of color and materials. Incorporated strong lines, a mixture of high quality earth tones and other materials used, as you see here in that small right square that indicates the materials proposed. The overall color scheme of the residence will have a light taupe, soft white trim accents, and gray brown window trims. Thank you. You have our landscaping here. This is the landscaping detail, which can be found in your agenda attachments. It goes into greater detail into all of the exact species and types of shrubs and trees that will be utilized. I did conduct a site visit to confirm that the property is, yes, very much a vacant dirt lot and that no trees will be removed at the proposal of this project. Therefore, no tree removal permit is required. The proposed landscaping in relationship to the size of the lot is very minimal and includes roughly 9 trees, 89 different types of plantings, and various shrubs and perennial plants. The proposed landscaping materials require and use a low water usage as required by our municipal code. And the overall proposed landscaping plan conforms to the hillside ordinance specific to landscaping and the spacing and location of plants within the hillside. Next slide. So per the Milpitas Municipal Code, the subject parcel is less than 3 acres. So the maximum size of the proposed residence shall not exceed 6,000 square feet. And the amount of impervious surface coverage on the site will be less than 8,000 square feet. And as this table summarizes, the project is compliant with those standards. Table 3 also here on your screen in your staff report further identifies areas of consistency with the applicable development standards of the R1H Hillside Zoning District and the PUD number 68. However, Table 3 also denotes the project does not comply with the Hillside Combining District requirement for proposed structures that visually intrude into the crestline sightline, which is why we have a no on the crestline. So that's one of the items and the primary focus of this variance request by the applicant this evening. Next slide, please. So the Milpitas zoning code requires that the Planning Commission and City Council should consider the following guidelines in its review of a project in the hillside. This is inclusive of architectural design, grading, individual landscaping of a particular home, and aesthetics. Staff has determined that the project not to be consistent with the hillside architectural guidelines as demonstrated in Table 4 of the staff report, particularly that the proposed residence would be highly visible because of its height and bulk, as well as its prominence at the top of the steep crest of the hill. In addition, that the rooftop deck surrounded by glass enclosure would create interference with views and privacies for residents along adjacent lots, and the proposed residence would greatly interfere with the views of the hillside from the valley floor. The boxy design of the proposed main structure is a flat roof with a glass enclosed deck, large vertical windows, a height clearance between floors and ceilings that is about 11 feet, with a tuck under garage design. Again, staff, along with Planning Commission, the design seemed to be is bulky because of this roof line does not follow a step down approach with the hill and the natural topography. In addition to that, the Planning Commission provided suggestions during their hearing of ways that the property owner project could be modified to meet the standards or more closely meet the standard and the purpose and intent of the hillside ordinance, including the removal of the underfloor clearance, or in some cases considered what would be called a basement, the removal of the rooftop deck, proposing a more stepped down approach to reduce the bulk and the mass of the structure as it sits atop the hillside at that very particular location. Possible reduction in the amount of glass used to ensure greater privacy and also to protect the view of the valley floor at nighttime if it is to be highly illuminated and perched at such a visible point. Again, this won't bring the project into full compliance with the hillside ordinance, but it will reduce the amount of deviation from the standard and being more closely aligned with the city's hillside code. Next slide, please. So as a part of the requirements of the hillside zoning code, the applicant must demonstrate compliance with the section to preserve the natural quality of the crest line and the slopes viewed from the valley floor. The image in front of you depicts the area with the 4 viewpoints that are most closely located to the homes for viewpoint 1, 2, 3, and 4. Also indicated on sheet C7-11 of your attached plan set. The applicant has demonstrated that the sight lines from the valley floor would project through the primary house, resulting in the project's inconsistency with the standard as a part of the structure, would extend above the crest line, sight line, and I'll show you a little example of that next. And so staff recommended that the applicant erect story poles to demonstrate and measure the amount of deviation from the hillside standard, and to weigh the amount of visibility from the 4 or 3 closest viewpoints really to establish to what height would be considered less intrusive, to understand that and need to do so in a measurably and calculated way. The applicant chose not to erect story poles since they felt the structure of any possible site of any height on lot 1 would be visible from the valley floor. However, the story poles would have helped staff and the project design team to visually confirm the extent of said intrusion. It also would have been an assistance in us understanding the basis for possibly redesigning and what modifications might be needed to understand at what height would be least intrusive in terms of the visibility from the 3 closest viewpoints. Next slide. Here are the cross sections of these viewpoints. The image demonstrates the sight line from the valley floor would project through the primary house, resulting in the project's inconsistency with the standard as a part of the structure would extend above the crestline sight line. The municipal code states that this area within 300 feet easterly of the crestline, that no structure shall extend above the height line. So this is just a very crucial and very particular portion of our hillside that has this standard that the structure shall not extend above the sight line. Again, this is to say that if you were to stand, again, in a sight line for context is an unobstructed line of sight or view extending from like the viewer from an object. So from the valley floor up to the home, this depicts that the home would be visible as it projects not only into the sight line, but above it. And because there is not topography or a simpler land mound of dirt to obscure the home, it would be projected to be visible in this case. Next slide, please. Thank you. So for, again, a little more, a variance is a type of permit approved by the city council that allows a deviation from the adopted zoning ordinance regulations related to the physical standards of development, such as a lot size, building setback, and building heights. Based on the steep slope and topography of lot 1, the proposed project qualifies for a consideration of a variance to provide relief from the requirements of the Milpitas Hillside Ordinance, which restricts buildings heights for structures located within 300 feet easterly of that crest line. Specifically, the variance is focused on the standard that the structure height shall be restricted so that no structure extends above the crestline sight line, and 2, that no structure may visually intrude into the crestline zone of protection area, which is detailed in the previous section of this report and outlined in the plan set. This restriction applies to the proposed development of lot 1 as it is located within just 100 feet of the crestline. And the cross-section diagram submitted by the applicant confirm that the proposed residence would extend above that crestline sightline and intrude visually into the crestline. Staff recommends a zoning variance for development at the subject site because the property's steep slope makes it physically impractical to develop a habitable structure that complies with the height and non-visibility standards associated with the crestline zone of protection. However, proposed residence should incorporate reasonable design measures, back one slide still, to minimize the visual intrusion into the crestline sightline to the greatest extent possible. As noted elsewhere in the staff report, staff agrees with the Planning Commission's recommendations to eliminate the enclosed basement to reduce the height, the bulk of the structure, removing the rooftop deck to protect the privacy of other structures and users and uses in the view, incorporating a step-down roof approach along the downward slope of the property. The project should also to minimize the use of large glass windows to reduce glare during the day and the highly visible nighttime glow. As required by the Plan Unit Development 68, the applicant will also install a number of trees and landscaping to screen the property and the structure and accessory structures on the site. Slide, please. So staff agrees that a variance is necessary, but to the extent at which this project is seeking it, staff and the Planning Commission did not agree that a variance should be granted. So as such, the project does not meet all of the findings required for a variance. Slide. Go. And then within staff has confirmed that the project does not meet all the findings outlined within the requirements for a plan unit development amendment, which are discussed and thoroughly vetted throughout the staff report and the resolution. Next slide. The same goes for the findings continued within the plan unit development. And then when we get to CEQA, so the proposed project is statutorily exempt from environmental review under the California Environmental Quality Act. In accordance with CEQA guidelines, section 15270, projects which are disapproved. We'll also add that if the project were approved, a finding could be made that the project entails of construction and location of limited numbers and new small facilities or structures, and could also be considered categorically exempt from CEQA. Next slide. Just a little bit about the public notice was placed in the Milpitas Post, City Hall, and public facilities. 17 postcards were sent to owners within 300 feet as established and outlined in our municipal code is the requirement that we are required to produce. 2 signs were placed on the property, one in front of the property site and one along Country Club Drive. There we go. And then 3 comments was what I had received earlier today when I submitted this report. I believe we're now into the probably 20 or 30. I'd have to check with the clerk on the exact number. Next slide. Thank you. Staff recommends that the City Council open and close the public hearing and by motion of the council uphold the variance recommendation made by the Milpitas Planning Commission to deny the request for a structure with a height that extends above the hillside crestline zone of protection sightline established by the Milpitas Hillside Development Standards on a vacant 1.4 acre lot in the R1 single family residential hillside district located at 1339 Terra Vista Court inside Countryside Estates, known as Lot 1. I'm here to answer any questions you may have. We do have the applicant and his team here this evening as well to provide a presentation to council if you'd like to hear that before or after my questions.
Thank you for that. And so now we have public comment on this item. I'm opening it up for public comment. Anyone from the public that would like to come and speak on this item? Oh, actually, I'm gonna refrain from that. I'm gonna have the applicant do their presentation and then the public comment. Sorry about that. So welcome.
Hi, good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor, esteemed Vice Mayor, distinguished council members, and esteemed city staff, including Mr. Thomas, City Manager and Planning Director, Mr. Lee. My name is Hima, and I stand here today with my beloved husband, Sanjay, and our 4 precious children, and deeply touched to share our profoundly emotional story of dreams, compassion, and unwavering devotion. It's my son, Rishan, who insisted on speaking today, as he wishes to contribute in his own small way. We are immensely grateful for this invaluable opportunity to share our journey with you and for the openness of your hearts. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm Rashan, and I'd like to begin with a quote from Gandhi that has always resonated with our family. There is no God higher than truth. I have a long story, but Gandhi's words remind us that truth is important. And our truth is that we need your help to turn our dream into reality. It would mean the world to us, and it would bring so much light into our lives. Please, if you can, help us make our family's dream come true. Thank you very much.
Greetings to everybody.
Thank you.
And I just want to let you know, he prepared quite a bit of speech, but because of the time restriction, he cut it short. But,
Can you speak closer to the mic, please?
Yeah.
Or lift it up. There you go. There you go.
So he wrote his own speech, but because of the time, we had to tell him to cut it out. Without further delay, I want to let my representative, Sam Soom, take over and talk about the technicalities of the project.
Okay. Do we have the slide by chance that we sent over, or it'll be
So staff,
helpful?
Can you pause the timer?
There you go. Yeah, that's supposed to accommodate them, but let's go ahead and go to number 5. So I'm just going to get to the point, basically, right? Again, good evening, Madam Mayor, Madam Vice Mayor, Madam Council, Mr. Council, distinguished and staff.
Okay, you may proceed.
Yes.
Remember,
My name is Sam Som, and I'm here to represent Ms. Hima and Mr. Sanjay family. I didn't want to memorize because I didn't want to mess up. This is so important to them. So a little bit of reading. We aim to present facts and highlight that were overlooked during the Planning Commission hearing on September 28, 2022. These are all the stuff that I study, and we're here to figure out a way to get them to build the house. We're not here to rebuttal or objection with the staff. We all acknowledge the significance of the community standard and the responsibility and trust to the Planning Commission and City Council. Nevertheless, we strongly uphold the fundamental right of every resident of a fair, transparent, and comprehensible process. As you can see, the family followed this simple 1, 2, 3 guideline that was published by the City of Milpitas. But as it turned out, it's not that easy. So the family had diligently collaborated with the planning department since November 2020, engaging in a pre-application process. This is where they meet the planning department to see if they could even buy this house, to meet all the requirement of the PUD 68, which include a 5,900 square foot 2-story home. This is from the beginning of time. Throughout their journey, their house plan have consistently adapted to align not only with the planning department standard, but also with the requirement of various other departments as well. So here we are at the Planning Commission hearing. Maybe we could go to the next slide, please. It is worth noting that despite the Planning Commission recommendation for denial, based on subjective requests and concern, the variance must ultimately receive City Council approval. Despite all that, we still have to be here. It is imperative to acknowledge that Lot 2 next door did not conform with the crest line. One out of, they conform with 2 out of 3, which is one of them, still would have required City Council approval for the variance, which is in true violation of the hillside zoning. But we're not here for that. We're here for Lot 1, which is their lot, the community. As outlined in the staff report, a few things. As I quote, number 1, the development aligned with the general plan as table 2, 7.1 through 7.5 are marked as consistent with the general plan. Number 2, in terms of development standard, table 3 show compliance with 7 out of 8 items, which only 1 falling under the crestline protection, posing the need for a variance approval, and that's why we're here today. 3, the hillside zoning ordinance as per table 4 is more consistent based on the staff report, right? The single non-compliance item pertain to the crestline zone of protection, which mandate no visibility from the closest viewpoint and allow exception per the ordinance. Please go to the next. See where we're at over there. So as we mentioned, general plan compliance, hill zone compliance, development plans compliance. Please go to the next place. I brought the Bible. I've learned so much about the culture of Ganesha to clear the path and all that. And this is for us to know that we're here to speak the truth and facts only. This is not opinion. I'm just, after studying all this, I just want to lay out what was factual. So denying this application over a single issue out of 17 appeared unduly punitive, particularly considering the extensive 3 years effort invested by the applicant. The proposed home adhered to the highest standard of quality and does not establish an excessive precedent. Exception and variance exist precisely for cases like this, where 99% compliant demonstrate a commitment to meet community expectation. Still, staff had wisely recommended approval. Can we go to, okay, this is good. Oh, next one, please. Everybody talk about the glass, the glare, the rooftop, the whatever. If you could maybe stretch this a little bit more. This is where their design inspiration comes from. It's culture and faith. They are not rooftop party people here. The view is up, not down, right? Now, shifting focus on the design of Huma and Sanjay's home. It is deeply rooted in their Hindu belief. Their home is a sacred place where the divine presence is cherished. Considering the rooftop, which is for the worship, symbolizing clarity, it's not for recreation, it's not for anything else, right? That's why they're installing all these trees. They could care less of looking out that way, they're looking up, be closer to God to take care of the family health or whatnot, right? It's necessary. It's also a safeguard against, the continual rooftop, which is worships, symbolizing clarity, purity, and enlightenment. Sunlight fill the home, infuse it in with positivity, channeling divine blessing, and purifying the environment. This is something that no ordinance could ever translate to. We never really hear that side of the story, right? So the garage, as labeled in the report, is more of a structural necessary. It also safeguards against disaster like earthquake and landslide. This is based on the geotech report. It is also served as a symbolic pedestal that elevates the home in a revere of divine. If you could see that, all the statue, all the gods and the Lord, they have a pedestal which the house is raised. Anyhow, the abundance of windows and the glass and the glare, first of all, the glare thing that we're talking about, it's exempt from CEQA. The high rises in downtown, they're all glasses. The glass is all here. Why are we talking about illuminating with this tree and all that, right? But anyhow, it's exempt by CEQA anyways. So the abundance of windows and the glass element is not merely architectural aesthetic. They facilitate a profound connection with nature and the cosmic order, allowing an unhindered flow of prana, which is the Hindu religion, the virtual life force. In summary, every aspect of Herma and Sanjay home, from location to design element, reflect their unwavering faith, signify the spiritual journey, and pay tribute to the divine. Regardless, let's come back. The variance, the staff report on page 16 concluded these two items. It's in the staff report. I quote, the granting of the variance is necessary for the preservation of a substantial property right possessed by the other property in the same vicinity and zoning district and otherwise denied to the subject property. Number two, the subject property faces hardship. Hardship as one of the 34 resident lot intersecting the crest line, granting the variance is essential. Again, essential to preserve a significant property rights. Enabling lot 1 to develop in accordance with the 1992 approved PUD number 68 and ensuring the same security enjoyed by other property in the vicinity and zoning district, right? Key highlight. This is the key highlight. Number 1, staff recommended for approval of the variance as of September 28, 2022. Number 2, protection of property right as per November 14, 2001 in the Planning Commission report. Number 3, unanimously approved from the Countryside Estate Homeowner Association and all the PUD 68 homeowners. They all signed an approval. If you could keep on. Yeah. So here's another thing. Number 6, the nearest existing residents are located about 400 feet in any direction per city staff report, right? It is essential to emphasize that there is no obligation to concede on their part. Still, they show kindness and willingness to concede concessions with the resident of Milpitas.
Time's up. Thank you. Thank you. So did you want to say anything?
I can do the closing.
Okay.
Can I do the closing?
You need to do it real quick.
Yeah. Sure. So it is pretty straightforward. The report from the City of Milpitas Planning Department, which had now revised a few hours ago, everything has conformed already, right? It clearly states that the steep slope makes physically impractical to develop a habitable structure, and no building or structure even at 1 foot would comply with the crestline protection. We're here not for a variance of a basement, not a variance of the housing color. We're here because they cannot build of that crest line. That's it. There's no other concession. We need that for them to build. It's a buildable lot.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That's it. Thank you. Okay. Well, we heard both sides. And so now I'm going to open it up to the public for comments. And you have to open the mic. I can't hear you. That's what I'm saying. I open it up to the public.
We have a number of speakers, so if you could please array yourself between the two mics. The first one is going to be Yoli Garcia, followed by John Dahl, then Frank Bush.
Okay. So first person, Ms. Garcia.
Good evening. I would like to ask the City Council to go with Milpitas Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the request for a structure with a height that extends above the hillside ordinance located at 1339 Sierra Vista Court. I am Yoli Garcia, a resident of Milpitas for over 50 years. I voted to preserve our hillside views and I reject this variance request. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Mr. Dahl.
Next is John Dahl, followed by Frank Bush, and then Bill Corby.
Good evening. A year ago, the Planning Commission opposed this project, but suggested ways to bring it into compliance or closer to compliance with the hillside ordinance, which preserves the beauty of the hills for all to see. 12 days ago, the Milpitas Post published notice that this project would be on tonight's agenda. We learned that no revisions to the design have ever been made, but if any are offered, we'll need ample time to review them to provide our input. The renderings presented a year ago show that from the valley floor, the proposed residence would look in effect like a brightly lit 4-story high-tech office building that would be entirely out of character with the requirements of the hillside ordinance, which should be adhered to as written. Variances or exceptions should be granted rarely and only if they benefit the entire community. In summary, we don't want the applicant's home to become a visual nightmare for tens of thousands of Milpitas residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Frank Bush, followed by Bill Corby, then Barbara Jo Navarro.
I've been a resident of Milpitas for 28 years, and the hillside's very important to all of us in Milpitas, and the views we'd like to maintain. I mean, twice this has been on the ballot in Seneca County, and in the last election, the voting was 2/3 or 72% in favor of maintaining the urban growth boundary limits and 27% to allow it. I want to prevent having a variance like this,
You can speak closer to the mic.
affect the sight lines or, being able to see what's built on the hill. And, a lot of the other developers that are in that area have been able to comply. And this builder was offered that.
Thank you.
But refused.
Next is Bill Corby, followed by Barbara Jo Navarro, then Ivan Tam.
Hi, I'm Bill Corby. I've been a resident of Milpitas for 30 years. Last September, I participated in the Planning Commission meeting. The property owner had a very large, very high new property proposed to build on the Milpitas Hills. The large building appeared to essentially be 4 stories high, including the full-size basement and the roof patio with glass around it. Their lot is one of the highest lots in that neighborhood, so even building a 2-story would be a challenge to meet the things. So again, this is very important to Milpitas residents. I recommend that we require drastic changes in order to approve this. And that would include basement, top level patio.
Thank you.
Next is Barbara Jo Navarro, followed by Ivan Tam, then Rekha Sankar.
Hello, Council. I'm 35-year resident of Milpitas. I just want you to look closely at this new home that they're proposing. I did attend the Planning Commission meeting that was held in September of 22. I behoove the owners to understand why our residents here in Milpitas love the beauty of our hills. It seems to me that there wasn't any consideration given to the design of the home to preserve the view from the valley floor. And those of us who look up the hills want to see the beautiful hillside and not a home that is lit up on the crest line. I don't know what happened, but it seems to me that the architect who developed the plan should have researched this Milpitas City hillside restrictions and made them known to the owner prior to completing the plans. I really would like for you to review the variances carefully and remember that if these are approved, that it may set a precedence for others. Thank you very much.
Next is Ivan Tam, followed by Rekha Sankar, then Lakshmi.
Hello, council members. I'm here to ask that you uphold the recommendation by the Planning Commission and the Planning Department to deny the variances requested by the applicant. In the document that was posted on your website, I actually counted 5 inconsistencies in the document. And I understand from the September meeting at the Planning Commission, suggestions were made on changes that the applicant can look into. And as well as our planning department has worked with the applicant to try and find some middle ground. But we're here today with the exact same plan we saw a year ago, no changes made. All we're asking is that the applicant meet us somewhere in the middle. I don't think we're not trying to crush any dreams or grant any dreams. I think that it is unfair to allow one family to build this dream house when thousands of Milpitas citizens want to keep the hillside a certain way. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next is Rekha Sankar, followed by Lakshmi, then Ramesh Konda.
Hello, my name is Rekha. I've lived in Milpitas for close to 8 years right now, and I've worked at the Milpitas Unified School District. I do know the family, and I just want to say that I think I live very near the hills. My son loves going up those hills, and his dream is to live in one of those beautiful homes that he sees. So I think it's very important for us coming from India to have a dream house. It's every immigrant's dream. So, and knowing the family, they are hardworking, they're enterprising. It could be an asset to our city. So I would vouch for the applicant's family. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Lakshmi, followed by Ramesh Konda, then Venkat.
Hello, esteemed panel and all families who are here. I'm Roja. And I want to just start saying it's an American dream to own a house. I have known this family for several years. And for last 3 years, they have made endless trips to the city to get a permit to build a house. This family is very hardworking. And they also happen to be entrepreneurs, small business owners. They run multiple companies. And for any city, the way economics work, we need jobs. Without jobs, families get destroyed. If we discourage this family from building a home, they're going to go to a different city, move the business with them, move the jobs with them. So this is the first time I'm hearing why a family has to run for 3 years. And I'm sorry to say this, but I think this is basics and this is fundamental rights that we have to support the American dream to build a house. And this family has been living on as a tenant, and they never owned a single home. So I really appeal. I beg and urge the panel to be considerate and make this American dream.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Venkat, followed by Doc Wynn, then John Wynn.
Honorable Mayor and the council members, my name is Ramesh Konda. I work in Fremont. I live in Fremont, but I work here in Milpitas for several years, right here in the Falcon X Milpitas Tech Center. I know the family for several years, and I'm also involved with a nonprofit organization called Pathasala. We teach children on weekends and after school the Indian language on a nonprofit basis. So the Sanjay and Hima family, they support our organization tirelessly with their contributions in different forms and volunteering. So they are well versed in the community. They are very supportive to the community for several years. They're beautiful family, and we wish their dream come true. And I appeal to the council to consider their request and support them from your side. Thank you.
Next is Venkat, followed by Doc Wynn, then John Wynn.
Hi, all. Good evening. Thanks a lot for your time today. I've been following closely with this family about building this house for the last 3 years. All they had was rejections, blood, sweat, and tears. They worked all really hard all their life for this one single home, this blood, sweat, and tears. They are both entrepreneurs. They work 18 hours a day. Sanjay is a CPA, and I work with him. So I see every time all they see is breakdowns. It's always a dream for everybody to build a house. And how can anybody take the basic right away from them? They work so hard all their life to have like one single home. They really work so hard. And they made numerous trips to the city council, and there are a lot of petitions for them to approve this house. And suddenly there are few people here and there and rejecting this claim. I feel it's very unfair. I request you, all the people here and everybody here, to support their claim to build a house. It's a basic dream. It's a basic necessity for them to build a house. I request you, I beg you, please approve this today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next is Doc Nguyen, then followed by John Nguyen, and followed by Kalyan after that.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Doc Nguyen. I'm a broker. I have about 200 agents at my offices. It's crucial for a broker to have the ability to build to cater to the client's lifestyle. Luxury homes offer a high level of comfort and amenities that makes it exclusive and more enjoyable for my clients. And additionally, having access to well-designed custom home and convenient living spaces can compensate any transportation challenges within the city. A custom home is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for my clients to see their hard work and dreams come true. However, it's a very huge commitment in time, money, and emotion, along with a lot of stakes. So thank you for the opportunity.
Next, John Nguyen.
Thank you.
Then Kalyan, then Mayur.
Hi there. As a neighbor of Hillview, I think that building larger homes in the community could be of a lot of benefit. One of them being that we're able to attract these high-level professionals that actually contribute a lot to the overall community. And these individuals bring a lot of skills that often translates to jobs for the overall city. So I think, having these larger homes isn't necessarily a bad thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Kalyan, followed by Mayur, then Mike.
Hi, my name is Kalyan Kuttamuri. I'm part of the advisory committee for Bay Area Telugu Association. It's one of the oldest Indian organizations in the United States, serving over 250,000 South Indians in the Bay Area. And Sanjay has been a huge supporter of our organization for the last several years, where he has supported us bringing cultural events, supporting educational programs, as well as supporting a lot of sports events where we raise fundraisers for local backpack events, as well as a lot of nonprofit organizations. And he's a big supporter of the community. I think that they're building a beautiful house that will bring aesthetic value to the city of Milpitas. And the neighborhood will be very happy to have a helpful family like Sanjay. So highly recommend. And for someone like them who've been a big supporter of the entire Indian organization, as well as local nonprofits, local backpacks as well, that is the kind of people you need in your city. And I sincerely request all of you to consider that and end their 3-year emotional ordeal and give happiness to the family. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Mayur, followed by Mike, then Subbu.
Mayur passes. I'm Mike. Hey, thanks guys for being here. Mike Calkins. I'm actually the owner of Lot 6 up there, born and raised in Milpitas. So I think I have the audience so far 58 years, almost 59. But
Can you speak on the mic?
to the mic a little closer?
Thank you.
Sure. So yeah, I there's been like 4 of us I know that bought these lots that, to Deborah's point, I wish either the city or the developer gave us a little clearer message when we first bought these lots, because it's been a much bigger pain in the butt than any of us realize going through this. What we were told on the front end, diagrams, drawings, and all of that, that was released and said, hey, build as is or design your own home. It was all approved, the MLS listings. I've learned a lot, buyer beware, in the process with this. And it's been an arduous journey. So yeah, the variance that he's requesting, it's a pretty big one. I get it. I'm born and raised in Milpitas. I've watched the hillsides be developed. It's developed a lot farther than I ever thought it would when I was young.
Thank you.
Next is Subbu, followed by Ravi, and then Sam.
Good evening, everybody. I'm in Milpitas for the last 14 years, and I'm also one of the lot owners in that same community. And I worked with the city, Ned and Avery, and I got my plan approved, diligently working with them. But the reason I'm supporting Sanjay is his lot is the most difficult lot. Everybody knows it. It's a steep incline. And like I said, to quote the extreme, the developers, we feel the developers sold like a lemon. Okay, they never gave us anything properly. We saw a nice house built in one of the lots, and they have wonderful marketing properly done, going to real estate. We all thought it's not this complicated, right? It's been a long journey, and this lot especially is very, very hard because it's complete on a hillside, and hopefully the city will give us some sort of variance to help him build his dream house there. And all of us, we are living the American dream, right? It's not like we won a lottery. We just worked hard, and we are like the late part of our life trying to build something unique for us. Thank you so much.
Next, we have Ravi, then Sam, then KP.
Can you repeat the names?
Ravi, then Sam, and then KP.
Robbie?
Then we have Sam.
Sam?
No, and then KP.
KP?
Hey guys, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. Just two very key points here. We heard a lot of people talk about, this big house and so on. But remember, the nearest place you are watching is at least a mile, right? So I did that. I do, a lot of creative work. And if you explore the things, right, where you are standing from 4 viewpoints, and if you look at the house, it is about 12 centimeters. That will be the, your perception. That's what you will perceive, that the house would look something around 12 to 13 centimeters, right? And if you have to really, really look hard to even identify. So now, the height, if we are trying to decrease it by 3 foot, 2 foot, whatever, I don't know. I mean, is it going to make any visual difference at all? So I think that is the first point. Second point, I would say that, it's by no means it's a criticism, but I started another house and I built it, that 7,000 square foot house is in the market right now.
Thank you.
So that's the way you have to understand that how the process needs
Thank
to
you.
improve.
Good evening. I'm Ravi. Just came to support.
And you need to speak closer to the mic.
Okay. So Mr. Sanjay's family is a very known family to us, and they're very kind enough, and they're one of the fantastic volunteers which I've seen them. I can just tell you a small example that when I'm purchasing a home, I just ran into a very serious trouble, and they just chipped in, and the way they helped me out to come out of it and complete the transaction is really out of word. So I really request the council to give the permissions and build their home, dream home. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no more public speaker cards.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to speak? Montemayor.
Thank you, Voltaire, Montemayor of Milpitas. I understand all sides, if not all, but both sides. And I think we start from there was that we voted for the preservation of the hillside, and I don't know if the applicant is governed by that, but I believe they all do what we want them to have, and the SECA, the structures, the site and structural guidelines, the variance, and I think their dream is there. We cannot take them out. But if the ruling or the regulation of the city is not allowing them, then it's up to the city. And that's how I'm in both sides. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public, come and speak or forever hold your peace. Let's have this lady in the checkered blouse. Please state your name.
Yeah, my name's V. Nguyen. So as a member of this community and a homeowner, I know how hard it is to find a home that is unique to you. So when given the opportunity, you're not only investing in the property, but also the community, as the home represents the community it sits in, which is eclectic and welcoming in Milpitas. I'm here to support the development of this new home because I think it's vital to continue to develop the community, but in a fair manner and where it's appropriate. So thanks.
Thank you. And
yes, my name is Penny Alexa.
My husband and I bought a house here 27 years ago, and our backyard slants up to Evans Roads. And one of the things we loved about the neighborhood is the hills. And when we take walks and everything, it's great to just see horses and just beauty up there. So I really hope that you don't start building tall houses up there. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else that has not spoken? Only once. But I'm sorry, you already spoke. So, okay. Well, I am going to close the public hearing. Okay, now we're going to go back to our city council members and have a discussion. Vice Mayor Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to call on Mr. Stark or Mr. Lee to answer a few questions that were raised tonight. And I would like to please touch on the ceiling, 2, the basement, 3, the roof deck, and the glare. Briefly. Thank you.
So ceiling being the ceiling height of the structure. So from I don't know what page on your packet it's going to be, but from the floor to the top of the ceiling is 11 feet for the first story and the second story. The glass balcony along the top is roughly 42 inches in height. And then ceiling.
What is allowed and what they're asking for?
So what is allowed in the R1H zoning district is a maximum height of 27 feet from finished grade to the peak of the ridgeline of the highest portion of the structure. So there is still potential area that, yes, one could build in if located not also within 300 feet easterly of the crest line that is denoted on the city's zoning map, general plan maps, and then on the recorded parcel map for this lot. So it's, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
Just to clarify, what is allowed is how many feet?
27 feet.
And they're asking for?
Roughly 25 feet.
So it's okay, right?
So it does objectively, yes, meet portions of our municipal code in terms of the allowed amount of height, but because of its proximity to the crest line, when a structure was within 300 feet of that crest line, the structure shall not be so tall as to protrude into the sight line, which is a measurement taken from the valley floor and a cross-section drawing up to the hill, where you're either able to see clearly from the viewer's standpoint to the object, or it is obscured in some way, maybe by a lump of dirt would be the easiest example I would use. Similarly, you could compare it to standing on a city sidewalk, looking at a building and determining whether or not you could see the roof AC unit. A very similar concept is applied, that we want to shield that view of that mechanical equipment from the public right of way. And a similar study is done to confirm this for the hillside.
Can we bring up slide 16, please? I think this is showing the crest line. The other one, it could be, there's another one that is showing the.
You want slide 5?
I think you showed 3 pictures on
Yes,
the view.
cross section. So this, I guess, is again the zoning map we see here, the project site there on the right hand side. The crest line indicated there is that black line that runs along the highest ridge line of the hill within the city of Milpitas. So the location of their property is exactly adjacent to, and the crest line actually runs through portions of their property. So it's in this instance where the home is within 300 feet easterly of that crest line, there is an additional standard that is applied. If this house was 301 or on the other side of the hill, for example, the properties on the other side of that crest line, the sight line test would indicate that the
topographic nature of the hill would obscure the view of that home. And as such would be in compliance. So again, this is,
Yeah.
go
Oh, I'm
ahead.
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Again, just very particular to the site and specific location of this home, given the proximity to the crest line.
There is another slide, and can we go through the slides? Because I know what I'm.
Slide 17, I believe, is what Vice
17.
Mayor is looking for. These three?
This one. Yes, this one. Tell me again. This view of the cross sections, right?
Mhm.
So, because this is the crest line, right? And that elevation shows
So
what we
this-
can see.
Yeah, so the small rectangular shape shows an outline of the proposed home at that height in relative shrink. I mean, it's like scaled to match the size of that piece of paper, but scaled to be relative to the size of the hill at that elevation. The sight line is that dotted dash line that you see running along the top, which is again taken from the 3 viewpoints on the valley floor, looking upward at the hillside again to determine visibility. And so the sight line from that viewer standpoint of the object in the distance, based on the diagrams and illustrations provided by their civil engineer, would indicate that the house protrudes into the sight line and then in some instances above the sight line, which was the basis for why staff and then Planning Commission ultimately ruled not to be able to recommend approval of the variance.
So, because it's elevated from the crest line, it's non-compliant based on the hillside ordinance, correct?
Correct, yes.
So please keep that slide, please. So how do we make it compliant?
So there are a few ways that the applicant, again, could make it compliant as ways outlined by the Planning Commission. It could be a reduction in the basement, which would reduce the overall potential height of the building. They could remove the glass rooftop balcony, which would again reduce the height of the structure and possibly its intrusion into the sight line. There are ways of doing maybe a more step down approach where again, you see still kind of like a top hat, but with more steps to get to a design where it follows the topography of the hill to the east to again mitigate from and being below that sight line.
So are there several ways
yes,
to make it compliant?
There are possibly several ways that the applicant would need to explore and to illustrate and show to staff whether or not the project.
That's good.
Yeah.
My next one. So the ceiling, the basement, and the roof deck, they're all related to this, right? In a way, correct?
Yes, that's correct. They're all
like contributing to the fact that it's above the crest line.
Yes, they're all becoming compounding effects. So the ceiling height, which is 11 feet from the floor to the second floor, again, is 11 feet. It could be 8 feet. It could be 9 feet. It could be 10 feet. Again, the study or a demonstration of that proposal would require that the applicant present that to city, but that is an option. Yes, the reduction of height of the ceiling to floor clearance.
Mm-hmm. So how about the glare?
So the glare is more of a factor of aesthetics and design within the discretion of the planning department and the planning commission and the council. It is expected one would see this home perched atop the very highest point of the hill, and a very illuminated home would be then very visible. So the potential for reducing the amount of glare or looking into the types of window design that maybe would reduce glare is something we could consider to work with the applicant on to get to a place where that would be reduced with some notion.
Mm-hmm. Well, what about the design of the house itself? What is the feedback from planning and staff?
So the feedback from planning is that it does conform to the majority of our development standards, and our municipal code is written in such a way that gives the subjectivity of design to the discretion of the Planning Commission and City Council. Staff does believe that it does meet the requirements for being of earth tone, sand, limestone, darker colors, things that do, yes, blend nicely within the homes within the area. But to be able to comment specifically on the design becomes a matter of principle in our profession. Yeah.
Okay. So to summarize, in essence, the non-compliant one is just going above the cross line.
Sight line,
Yes. And that can be mitigated through several ways. Through the basement, through the rooftop, and through the ceiling heights. Is that basically it?
Yes, I believe based on the recommendation of Planning Commission and that staff could continue if we were going to work with the applicant to see a revision that would get more objectively to that standard and possibly further engineering drawings by a surveyed land surveyor to better depict those details, to give us better clarity into the exact extent. We also talked about a story pole test, which would allow us to erect a series of poles that all the other applicants on the hillside usually have to do. It illustrates the peak height of the building from the setback with a series of flags in 3-foot increments to illustrate the height of visibility. So as you stand back then on the valley floor and look at those viewpoints, you'd be able to see either the top flag, the second from the top, or the third from the top. Depending on that, we would then be able to say, okay, if you can't see, you can only see the top 3, it means you can't see the bottom 2. Which might lead to exactly 22 feet, for example. But because that test wasn't done, we have no way of knowing more.
I got it. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Mayor, I give the floor to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments? Any other council members like to speak on this item? Let's have a council member on Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, first I want to thank each and everyone who's supporting to get this approved and who's asking not to have this approved. It is a dream house, and I understand as immigrants to this country, it is very impressive for someone to have that big of a dream. And I wish you the best of luck. But since, and I have to disclose this, I've met with the applicant about a year ago, and I recommended the applicant to really work with staff, with the planning department director, to make sure that things will move fast. We are not going to pursue our dream and disregard others' dreams. And this is the hillside ordinance. I heard from staff that you had an architecture that worked on a second revision of your plan, and that was almost acceptable by the planning department, but somehow that did not go through. So I don't know where it falls apart. I do agree with Ms. V. Nguyen that we should continue building this, but in a fair manner that both, the community and the applicant would be happy. So please, I don't think we should take any actions of this tonight, but to work with the applicant to make sure we come up with something that the community will be happy, and you as a builder to your dream home will be happy as well. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Leon. Is there anyone else that would like to speak? Let's have a.
Thank you. Would the applicant care to explain why no changes have been made since the initial design was submitted?
Very simple. Number one, I like to remind everybody in this room that we're asking for a variance to allow the structure height. Imagine this is the crest line. Their property either this tall or a piece of paper on top of it. You need a variance. We're not asking for a variance of the type of building. We're not asking for the glasses. Staff report stated 99% was approved, but this is what they're asking for. We're deviating from everything else. It's pretty simple, right? Staff reports say everything is approved besides the variance, which is required by city council. We're talking about height, we're talking about glass, we're talking about ceiling, we're talking about rooftop. We're not asking for any of that variance. Without that, the land is not developable. Failure to do so effectively prohibit the development of what should be a developable lot per PUD 68, right? So that's why I urge you to approve before they even go back to the design and whatnot, and they're making some concession. They're taking out the ADU, the pool room, and this and that, or we can apply SB 9 and do whatever the case may be. Staff cannot just change the report at will. We came here for almost 6-7 months waiting for the hearing, and all of a sudden we saw, hey, recommend denial, but then their staff report recommended the planning commission to approve, but now they say, okay, go with the planning commission go with the plan. Now it's a vicious cycle. And here's the thing, and I'll just leave it at this. Again, it's either approve, staff report, which is inconsistent with the new one, which is just all of a sudden changed. We have no idea. We were here just to address this, that we needed to see you for the variance, either 100 feet or if it's 1 foot. Otherwise, turn it to a park, right? It's a developable land. Otherwise, they have no choice but to take legal action. We don't want to go legality-wise, right? Litigation. There's no choice. Do we approve the variance for 1 foot? If you put a doghouse there, we still have to be here. The sight line is about a mile away. The one that interferes at Milpitas High School, you look at, they're putting tree screening to satisfy that because, like I said, the view is up to God, not up to the people there. This is some, back to the variance. It's not about height limit and not about basement. We're not asking for any of that. We need this anyhow, right? So that's, we're deviating from all that. So, I mean, that's why I urge you and please approve the variance so they can build the house, right? But there is no alternative but legal action. That's it. How can staff report say yes? It's public record. It's public record that they said yes. 99% is yes, but the variance, it needs to be done today. We're not going to wait till next week. It has to be done today. It's the variance. 1 foot or turn into a park. It's a developable lot. Like as I mentioned in 2001, they say this is a developable lot. That's it. That's I don't know how else to make it clear, right? Sightline, which all three of these, this is what we care about. Someone looking outside right here, specifically, the glare, the high rise, where's the glare in that? Plus, this is SEQA approved, exempt already. In the planning commission hearing, how do you determine glare? They say based on a candlelight. You put a candlelight, does that glare? Well, they have 100-foot trees. Go for it.
Are you
It's very
satisfied?
simple.
Are you satisfied with this answer?
Thank you.
So basically your question was, why did we not change it to a 1.5 story structure?
Correct.
Yeah, basically I'll tell you, planning commission meeting, nobody said we have to change to, he said for record that we have to remove basement. There was no planning commission saying that we have to remove basement. No planning commission said that we have to reduce the size of the home to 4,000 square feet. No planning commission said we have to remove the rooftop deck. It is staff who have said all these things in that meeting, which was not told to me for 2.5 years before the planning commission meeting. They just told everything on the planning commission meeting. Was it me set up to fail in the planning commission meeting? Probably. I was misguided the way they interpreted the thing without disclosing. In fact, December 2021, October, we identified the issue that this lot is not buildable if you have to meet the crush line standard. We kept asking what is the solution. December, staff sends an email. There is no variance or exceptions to hillside ordinance. After 8 months, we kept pushing. There is COA 15. There is tree screening approved for this lot. Then they come back and say you can do variance. Now they didn't tell me that variance is the size of the variance. They take me to the planning commission meeting. There they talk about your Mr. City Manager who is sitting there today. He started talking about size of the variance. That means they put me in blind. You can get variance that you have to change the size of the house. Never told to me for 8 months. It's all taking me to that spot so I can get pushed back. And then I go back because planning commission said work with the staff. I go back. Okay, fine. What I got is go watch the video. You have all the feedback there, nothing in writing.
Okay.
So Anthony, are you satisfied with his answer?
Not really, but
let me finish. Nothing in writing. No, the plan which we showed that 1.5 is just a proposal. This could be an option. They didn't say it is okay. They said you can do it, go to planning commission, show it if they approve. Again, we said, can we do a simple iteration? They said, maybe you can try. You can go, planning commission might say yes, but after you do all the work, again, the planning commission might say no. That was their answer.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjay.
So there was no clear guidance
Thank you.
for us to go forward.
I'd like to move on.
Thank you. You can.
Yeah. So
you can be seated.
Okay. Thank you. Look, I understand that folks are passionate on their respective stances about this project. Obviously, on both sides. At the end of the day, I do want to be objective here. And there are a set of rules that we have to adhere to in a process. And as much as I would like for every family in Milpitas to, be able to have their dream home, something that I will not stand for is tarnishing the name and reputation of our planning staff. This is something that no matter what your experience is with the city, there needs to be a standard of respect, and the same respect that and professionalism that we apply to our applicants. And so I want to make this dream happen for you, but you're not making it easy for me. At the end of the day, I am not anti-housing, and I'm not opposed to limited building on the hills. That's something that myself and neighborhood members are probably going to always disagree on. And I hope that we can agree to disagree on that. But in terms of this project, as an isolated case, the fact of the matter is there were suggestions that were made, and statements were made by the applicants that that appeared to show a willingness to revise their plans accordingly. There is a pathway, as mentioned by staff, to get this approved. And yet we haven't really heard an explanation as to why the applicant decided to go a different route. Now, I understand you're requesting a variance. Typically, when applicants submit their projects, it's all in the same public hearing. So when you request a variance, it's implied that whatever you're going to do afterwards is going to conform with the general guidelines of the city. So if you request a variance and you're saying that you're only requesting a variance so you can proceed with the application, well, submit the application in full. Submit the application with the design changes. Show us that you're willing to work with our recommendations, because otherwise, it appears that you're requesting to be exempt from the traditional process that we have in place, and that's beyond the scope of what I, as a council member, am willing to support. So if this vote were to be taken today, I would vote no. If this vote were to come back in the future with changes and with theatrics removed, and it's just very straightforward, this is our application, these are the changes we're agreeing to, this is how it differs from what we presented last time, then I'm very open to that. But since our meeting initially from last year, I don't see any changes. And I was assured that, that you're open to changes, that of your willingness to work with staff and whatnot. But clearly that is not what was presented here tonight. In fact, I don't know what was presented here tonight. And so those are my thoughts. There's a right way and a wrong way to get your project approved, and this is not it.
Thank you, Councilmember Fan. So I would like to make my comments. First of all, when you look at the hillsides, there are a lot of houses up there. And when you talk about the sight line, it's all relative, to be honest with you. You go to one area, you'll see the houses right there, and you'll see the height. Go to another area, the same thing. It all depends where you're standing, really. And the problem, I always try to be fair in my decisions that I make, but when I hear of people trying to influence other people, I feel that that's wrong when I hear of improprieties. Also, when you think about it, this person has been working on this for 3 years, maybe 3.5, maybe close to 4. And I do appreciate the vice mayor asking about the roof ceiling, and you said there's 27, and now you're saying that they are at the 25 foot level. So to me, it all depends on where you're at. You see the houses. I was on Las Lomas just the other day, and there was a big house glaring right there. And I'm thinking, I just don't get it. Why you're trying to deny this family a home. And there I've had about 50, maybe over 50 testimonies here vying for the applicant. And even people here saying, you know, this hardworking family, he has a business, he brings in jobs. And, you know, we need to be fair. And I've seen some things that go on that I question sometimes, the bias, the arrogance. That's not right. I think if we want to try to make this work, we have to work again and maybe see if we can do some compromises. But I really feel that in my heart, this family is working hard. He's worked with the planning department. And one says and I've met with the applicant as disclosure. I did meet, and I even went up to the hill where there's the house, the proposed houses. And it's no different than any of the other houses that are there. I just feel that there's something that's not, I don't know what it is, but there's something that is not right. Maybe a prejudgment, I don't know, but I feel that these people have worked hard and they deserve to have a home there. We do have a hillside ordinance. However, it's not right in the line of sight. Look at all the other houses. Why weren't those denied? There's just something not right in this proposal. So I'm going to ask the applicant if you are willing to come back and make some changes or work with the planning department and see if we can start over again, because we need to be fair and just, because we are a city of, we try to be fair with everybody. So I would like Mr. Sanjay to come up and make a proposal if you would be willing to come back again.
Ma'am, I'm very thankful to your comments. As you said, we can see numerous examples in the hillside, which are much bigger structures approved without any variance needed. It violates in terms of number of stories, having basements, using tree screening, and thousands of 16,000 square feet homes, having 2 stories on the west side when only single story 17 feet to be allowed. None of them needed variance except my property.
I know. That's what I'm saying. There's got to be some fairness here. And I don't see it.
I feel the variance is just being used for me to deny the project. As even today, the way it was presented when Madam Vice Mayor asked, if you reduce these things, would it be not visible from trash line? Staff kind of misled that as if we fix those, we don't need a variance. But to be frank, anything you build on this project, you need a variance. In fact, we offered to do the story poles. We were told not to do it. It's not required. You need a variance. But in the staff report, it says, okay, we didn't follow the staff and we decided not to do. The current planning director acknowledged in the meeting to me that it's Avery who removed the requirement of story poles, not we. But on the report, it says, these people are not listening to us. Then there are letters coming out from the city, even before planning commission meeting, that why these people are not listening, make them listen. That means somebody is leaking information or misleading the public, saying that, okay, these people are not complying to the city standards.
Yeah, thank you for that. So I want to ask a question from the MIC group. Did anybody contact you from the planning department? Did anyone contact you from the planning department? Because, you know, they can go to court. And if you get subpoenaed, did anybody contact you from the planning department?
Sometimes
so anyway, the thing is, I want to ask you if you want to go one more round.
Ma'am, we were
If
given
you
an
don't,
opportunity
then
to
we'll make our decision tonight.
Yeah, we were given opportunity to do minor changes if we want from the current planning director, who was very reasonable, and we are willing to take off the rooftop. We already did tree screening that was not presented in the planning commission meeting, nor Today
Okay.
you didn't see a slide. Everything was presented.
You've already-
I not
you've
checked my
already-
screen.
So what we're going to do is we're going to take a vote. If you can go ahead and have a seat, sir. I don't want to talk to him. Okay. So we're going to take a vote right now. Because it seems like you don't want to go back to the planning commission and go through that. So Mr. Sam, one more time.
We're still deviating from what we are here to do. Again, staff reports say 99% is complied already. We're here for the variation. Okay, if you look at the agenda, we're here for the variance to allow development of a structure, any structure, whether it's a doghouse, a house, all that.
Yeah.
That's what we're here for, right? Of the height.
You've already said that.
No, I
sir.
get that, right? So
Okay.
I just wanted to remind everybody we're here for that.
The variance, okay. So I'm going to go ahead and take a vote now. We're going to have a motion to either approve or not approve. Okay. Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to ask the city attorney, and what I really would like to do is to give an opportunity to listen to the applicant, and also them listening to the planning staff, and also planning staff listening to them. They're good family. They care about the community, and like the mayor said, we want to be fair. But on the other hand, we do have a hillside ordinance, which has been approved twice. 20 years and another 20 years, and those are the rules that we go by in terms of building our hillside. And we love our hillside. And this is also protecting them eventually. So my thinking is, what motion I don't want to deny it. But on the other hand, I want them to be able to come back after working with planning, based on the recommendation that they heard tonight. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Attorney.
So unfortunately, Vice Mayor, because they've asked for this hearing, they've set certain timelines in motion. And those timelines are going to commit the council to making a decision to either approve or deny today. Now, if you deny the permit today, that doesn't mean that they can't go back to the planning department with substantial revisions, then go back to the planning commission and ultimately come back to you and have an approved site development permit. So for the project that's before you today, you need to make a decision today because specific timelines have been set forth. Denying the project today would not deny any future project on that site. They could go back to the planning commission or go back to the planning department with a stepped up roof or a basement or any of the other things that the council has discussed today.
Okay, since they've been working on this for 3.5 years, I have to disclose that I met with the client a month and a half ago, just recently. So I would ask the planning department to make sure that they expedite whatever it is that they need to do to get this going. That said, then based on, go ahead. Did you want to say something?
If I could just clarify one thing, since much has been said about planning staff, and I was the planning director at the time, we were ready to bring this to this council in January, and then at the request of and some negotiation discussions with the applicant, we decided to postpone it, and then it went on until months, and then finally they were ready to bring it forward. But if there is any delay here, it's not necessarily on staff's part. We have been waiting to bring this forward to the council for resolution for several months.
Okay, in that case, I would like to keep us updated on this project moving forward. That said, and based on the feedback from the rest of the council and our city attorney and our planning manager, I move to
Wait. I want to
ahead.
see if there's any other comments from any of the council members. Any other comments? Okay, go ahead.
I move to deny the request for a structure with a height that extends above the hillside crestline zone of protection sightline established by city's hillside development standards on a vacant plus or minus 1.4 acres lot in the RH1-1H single family residential hillside zoning district located at 1339 Terra Vista Court, Countryside Estate, Lot 1.
It has been seconded by Councilmember Pan, motion by Vice Mayor. So now we will take a vote.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne.
Abstain.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
I vote no. So it's died.
It died. So it's done. It passes?
Sorry, the motion passes. There was 2 in favor, 1 against, and 1 abstain. That would be a majority of 2 to 1. The motion.
Do you want to change your
carries.
mind, Councilmember Land? No. Okay. So the project has been denied by the majority of the council. Thank you. And I just do want to make another comment. When you deny, it's been 3.5 years, everything costs money. So, okay. I'm sorry. You can bring that back to the Planning Commission, and they're happy to work with you. So at least you still have that opportunity. Is there a timeline, or do you have to wait? And as soon as we can.
No, at any time, please, the planning department is, you're welcome to reapply and to follow the recommendations of the planning commission that you received to modify the project. You will not be able to comply with the hillside ordinance completely, and that's why the purpose of the variance. But we will work with you on a design for the project that is in substantial compliance with the standards. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that, Ned. Okay, now we're moving on to community development. Item 16, city manager.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is a progress report from our consultant team, Ramey and Associates. They have been working for a little over a year on a project related to the zoning ordinance update. In this case, it's for housing opportunity districts. They have some analysis that they would like to share with you, and they're looking for direction on a preferred alternative so that they can proceed with the project and conduct the required environmental analysis and then bring it back to you for final consideration. I'll again turn the time over to our planning director, Jay Lee, and he can introduce our consultant team that's here to speak with you tonight. Jay, I think you may be muted. We can't hear you.
Jay, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, my apologies. The speaker was on the wrong setting. But as City Manager Ned Thomas mentioned, the item before you is the Housing Opportunity Districts, and we are here for a study session to get council feedback on the work completed thus far and staff's recommendations for moving forward with the project. If I could have the presentation up, please. And we have here with us Chris Sensenig from Ramey & Associates, who is on the consultant team to help us prepare the housing opportunity districts. I will start the presentation and pass it over to Mr. Sensenig later on. If we can move to the next slide. Next slide, please. So actually, before going over the project goals, I actually do want to provide a brief background of the project. We did receive a grant from the state through the local early action plan program to establish the HODs in areas of the city prioritized for housing by the city's general plan. And as I mentioned earlier, our consultant is Ramey & Associates, who went through a competitive process who we have hired to complete the project. Ramey & Associates also has helped the city prepare the objective design standards. We had a study session back in August of last year, where council expressed general support for the overall strategy of incentivizing mixed-use redevelopment in the NCMU areas, the neighborhood commercial mixed-use areas, but directed staff to explore strategies to maintain the commercial character of the town center. And now we are here before you for a second study session to present our recommendation based on this feedback and also feedback received from the general public, for-profit developers and affordable housing developers and property owners as well. And for the project goals, the first goal is to meet current and future regional housing goals. We have been allocated a relatively high RHNA obligation, and this project will help meet these goals. Also to incentivize affordable housing through both mixed income housing developments, but also 100% affordable housing projects. The third goal is to revitalize some of our aging shopping centers, which is a key policy of the general plan. Another goal is to streamline and facilitate housing production following recent state law geared towards addressing the housing crisis, and also implement the general plan.
We lost our quorum. You need to come back.
Okay, I will continue presenting if that's okay.
Okay, sorry about that. Okay, you can continue now.
Thank you. And implement policies that were identified through a public input process through the general plan update and also adopted by council. Next slide, please. And we do want to show that the housing opportunity districts is really a byproduct of and necessitated by the larger planning and housing policy framework established by these documents that you see here and also state law. Of course, there's the general plan. I will review the general plan, the relevant general plan policies in greater detail later on. State law, as you see, various laws aimed at requiring local jurisdictions to provide their fair share of housing, and also the housing element. And I will review the relevant housing element goals and programs in the next slides as well. Next slide, please. The HODs support several housing element goals and programs, as you can see there, to maintain high quality residential and mixed use neighborhoods, also to remove barriers to new housing production, and also proactively mitigate any constraints. And you also also I'd like to mention that there is a program number 15, that is specifically dedicated to implementing HODs to utilize incentive-based zoning in multifamily and mixed-use zoning districts. You also see the RHNA numbers to the right. And as you can see, our RHNA numbers have more than doubled since the last cycle. So it will become more important to find ways to incorporate housing development, but in a sustainable and responsible manner. Next slide, please. The HODs support general plan policies, goals and policies as well, as you can see there. Essentially to create vibrant places, also commercial centers that serve residential neighborhoods and also support existing and future businesses. Next slide, please. More importantly, the general plan also established 2 new land use designations aimed at focusing development and growth in opportunity areas. And this land use strategy is also known as smart growth, which minimizes environmental impacts and the strain on city infrastructure and services. So you see the town center. I won't read through all the text, but essentially, this is the vision for the town center, which does call for integrating residential. And then for the neighborhood commercial mixed use districts, or the land use designations, to provide neighborhood serving uses, but also to provide mixed use redevelopment as well. And we've really, in this effort, sought to establish a place-based strategy that balances both residential and commercial development. Next slide, please. And another factor relevant to this discussion is that there are recent retail trends which have been accelerated due to the pandemic, as cities are focusing on quality over quantity of retail, and also just recognizing that there's the need for placemaking and also vibrant mixed-use development. And especially when you look at other cities in the Bay Area that have accomplished some of these goals. Next slide, please. We've also done significant outreach to the general public through online surveys, educational videos, tabling at various locations in the city. We've also engaged property owners and the development community, including for-profit and affordable housing developers, through stakeholder interviews. You can see some of the key findings and feedback that we've received on the slide. I would say the key themes can be summarized as the need for providing flexibility and adapting to the market. Next slide. So in summary, the HODs will help implement the city's general plan goals and policies, housing element goals and programs, various state law, while allowing the city to adapt to market realities. Now I'll pass it off to Chris Sensenig from Ramey & Associates to go over staff's recommendations for implementing these policies and state laws through this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Next slide, please. So I'm going to go over a high level, the HODs, starting with the neighborhood commercial mixed use districts or general plan designation. And here you see the designations on the right. They cover much of the small aging shopping centers around the city. The map identifies 3 NCMU locations along Dixon Road in the north, Calveras Boulevard in the center, and Landus Avenue in the south. The current zoning allows for up to 0.75 FAR of non-commercial space, which could accommodate 5 to 8 story office buildings. And here on the left, you see the current general plan designation. Next slide. The general plan designation does allow for residential mixed use projects, but has a restrictive ratio on the amount of housing that is possible. The maximum density allowed is 21 dwelling units per acre, but it requires that you maximize the non-residential use to get there. That means 6 to 8 story offices. This is atypical and unlikely to be feasible in practice. The designation also allows 100% affordable residential only projects, but only if they're approved by City Council. Next slide. The HOD recommendation would allow mixed-use buildings in these zones, while certain parcels will allow residential only projects, and there will be strong emphasis on affordable housing throughout. This creates more of a horizontal mixed-use district. As a result, the city stands to benefit from increased revenue, heightened demand for retail services and businesses with more homes, additional housing options, and increased availability of amenities for local residents. Next slide. The project proposes 3 distinct zoning districts within the NCMU areas. These include NCMU 1, which is generally located with big box retail and grocery storage with large surface parking lots. The goal here is to preserve the commercial floor area while allowing for vertical mixed-use development. NCMU 2 includes smaller parcels with commercial uses along key streets, which are ideal for mixed-use development with commercial establishments on the ground floor and residential units above. There is a smaller minimum commercial requirement here. The third category pertains to larger parcels that are unsuitable for commercial use, such as those located on secondary streets, lacking street frontages, and adjacent to residential zones. These sites have been classified as NCMU 3 and would allow for residential only projects without precluding any commercial development. Next slide. I would like to walk you through an example of one of the NCMU areas along Boulevard. The area is currently marked by large underutilized commercial shopping surface parking lots and vacant parcels. So here we see the NCMU area at Calveras and South Victoria Drive. Next slide. And here is the overlay of the 3 zoning districts for the MCU designation. You see in blue is NCMU 1, which is located over the larger shopping centers. NCMU 2 is located fronting the major streets. And then NCMU 3 are again these secondary parcels that are not really viable for a ground floor commercial. We do not, next slide. We do not expect development of these areas to happen all at once. This is something that will happen slowly over many years or decades. And here's an example of how one area might develop. First, you might see new residential, and with the standards provided, that also means new publicly accessible open space and new walkable streets. Next slide. Second, you might see, next slide, please. Can I get, yeah. Next, you might see some smaller vertical mixed use on the major streets, such as South Victoria Drive. Next slide. Next, yeah, when the time is right for the larger shopping centers to redevelop, you might see some higher density vertical mixed use development. You can go one more slide, please. One more. Advance one more, please. Okay. In order to implement the new zoning districts, council will need to update the language of the NCMU general plan language designation. The updated language does not change the intention or the policies of the general plan, but allows for a new approach to the zoning. All right. Now we are on to the town center designation in the general plan, which currently allows for 40 dwelling units per acre and up to an FAR up to 0.85. The map on the right identifies the town center designation, and on the left you see the general plan language. Next slide. The current general plan does not allow for residential only projects in any circumstance. Residential mixed use is allowed, but the project must have a minimum of 0.35 FAR of non-residential use to get the 40 unit per acre residential density. Vertical mixed use projects at this FAR for commercial are not common, and the area would likely not see any redevelopment. Next. The HOD recommendation will retain major successful shopping centers. Next slide, please. Allow mixed-use buildings with ground floor commercial. Allow for horizontal mixed use through allowing residential-only developments on some parcels and incentivize affordable housing. As a result, the city stands to benefit from increased revenue, height demand, and retail services and businesses, additional housing options, and increased availability, again, of amenities for local residents. Like the MCNU, there are 3 new zoning districts in the towns. These include the TC1, which maintains that 0.35 FAR commercial, but raises up to 55 dwelling units per acre. This is for areas that the city wants to really maintain the ground floor shopping uses. This is unlikely to develop anytime soon. TC2 includes smaller parcels with commercial uses along key streets, and they require a small amount of ground floor commercial. And then TC3, where it is allowed, allows for either commercial or residential development up to 55 dwelling units per acre. Next slide. This slide shows the town center as it currently exists, with the large commercial shopping centers north of Calveras Boulevard and more kind of secondary office and uses to the south. The next slide, please. The next slide shows the 3 distinct zoning districts across the site. Again, you see that the larger shopping areas are in the TC1 area, which we feel are unlikely to be developed, but if they are redeveloped, would need to maintain that 0.35 FAR. The TC2 along Milpitas Boulevard and the north-south boulevard, and then T3 along some key sites to add potential 100% residential development. Next slide. And again, here, there's just a few vignettes here of how this might redevelop. First, you might see the office site redevelop behind City Hall or some of the sites along Calveras Boulevard. Next slide. And then over time, you may see some of the other office buildings and smaller sites redevelop. Next slide. Similar to the NCMU, the TWC general plan designation will need to be updated to allow for the new zoning districts that focus on horizontal mixed-use development. And here is that language, the existing and proposed. And now I'll turn it back over to Director Lee to finish the presentation.
Next slide, please. And to understand the potential impact of this project on the city's revenue, the city hired Seifel Consulting Inc. to perform a fiscal analysis regarding proposed land use changes that would allow residential development to occur in the NCMU areas and town center. We've attached the memo to the staff or to the agenda report, but a summary, I'll present a brief summary. So the TWC and NCMU areas only represent 9% of the total city sales tax revenue. And the sales tax revenue is only about 30% of general fund revenues. And another point is that only a small portion of TWC and NCME areas are likely to redevelop, especially in the near future, as shown in some of those scenarios. So in light of this context, the impact of the HODs on the city's revenue and expenditures is likely to be fairly minimal. Next slide, please. And for new infill mixed use and residential development is likely to have a positive fiscal impact on the city. I would say slightly positive. Although expenditures are generally higher for residential development and loss of some commercial floor area will result in lower tax revenues. Residential development also results in higher property taxes and also higher demand for the retail that remains. I also just want to mention just a few caveats of the analysis. It's based on representative development examples. And also the net impact is slightly positive for NCMU 1 and NCMU 2, which allow for mixed use development, but slightly negative for NCMU 3, which allows for 100% residential. And again, given this limited budget, this was meant to be a high level estimate, not a precise projection, but we did follow best practices for fiscal analysis related to zoning. And if zoning changes are not made, no redevelopment is likely. Current general plan commercial to residential ratios are infeasible. And this is also in line with what we've been hearing from developers. Next slide, please. And lastly, and another important component of this project is the affordable housing strategy. But by incentivizing mixed income development, it results in more units, but also more affordable units. It also improves the financial feasibility of vertical mixed use development, and would allow 100% residential development in certain locations. We found we have proposed ways to incentivize 100% affordable projects, such as no minimum commercial requirement, a 30% reduction in parks fee, as you can see there, and also reduce required usable open space from 20% to 15%. And these changes wouldn't necessarily be drastic. They are more in line with what we are, what requirements are in the specific plans. And again, these are just simply draft recommendations, and staff is here for input from the council. Next slide, please. Almost done here. And to summarize, next slide, the housing opportunity districts will implement general plan goals and policies, incentivize affordable housing, help meet our RENA goals and our housing goals, support revitalization of aging shopping centers, support existing and future neighborhood serving retail and professional services, and create a slightly net positive impact on the city's revenue. Next slide, please. And before you are some discussion questions to help facilitate and guide the conversation. I'll read the questions quickly. Do you support staff's recommendation for the NCMU areas? Do you support staff's recommendation for the town center? And do you have any specific feedback on the proposed affordable housing incentives? Following this meeting, planning staff and Ramey & Associates will incorporate council's feedback from this study session and prepare an admin draft for staff's review, and then prepare a public draft for the public to review, and then return to the Planning Commission and City Council for adoption, hopefully in early 2024. Next slide, please. This concludes our presentation. Staff and the consultants are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, for that great presentation. And I really do like the opportunity for property owners to build mixed use in our property. So now I will call on this public. I will call on the public for public comment. Anyone have any comments from the public?
I have one comment from Nels DeLander.
Okay. Welcome. Can you speak louder? Oh, wait, go to that one.
Okay. Thank you. My name is Nels Delander. I'm a field representative of the North Cal Carpenters Unions. I stand before you today to address a matter of utmost importance, the need for strong area labor standards in these redevelopments. It is crucial that we have accessible healthcare and steadfast commitment to credible apprenticeship programs. Healthcare is a critical aspect of supporting our workers. By advocating in health care provisions, we guarantee the well-being of a workforce and have the ability to contribute effectively in our community. Equally important is a commitment to credible apprenticeship programs. These programs offer invaluable opportunities to skills and development and career advancements. By investing in local talent and providing them with quality training, we not only empower our workers, but also foster a robust and resilient local economy. AB 2011 is also a huge tool for streamlining these projects efficiently and effectively. Hope you utilize this in the redevelopments.
Thank you. So I want to have a follow-up question. Now you say AB, so this was about health, but this item is about mixed use housing. They're called housing opportunity districts, creating housing opportunity districts where there is commercial land and you can build homes on there. So I'm just kind of curious what you're.
So we're with the Carpenters Union, and we just want apprentices to be working on these projects. We want also having healthcare for these workers that are going to be actually working on these projects. And AB 2011 is a huge tool to streamline these projects, go faster, and get the job done.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mr. Montemayor, come on up.
Yeah, great. presentation. Yeah, of course, until 2040, it depends on our budget, as mentioned. And then there's consistency on the TWC, is that town center. And NCMU, there's consistency as per category though. And then it's very good that there's affordable housing and the incentive of this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor. Next, welcome.
Hello, Council. My name is Tuivo, and I'm one of the owner of in the NCMU area. So the planning department and the planning staff has been wonderful, reaching out to me to identify what we need in order to develop the properties. So after the pandemic, the risk of vacancy for commercial property is significantly higher. So that's make the project is not financially feasible, and especially now the interest rate going up quite significantly. So with the new proposal from the NCMU into 3 subcategory, I would like the council take it into consideration, because that will allow us to add more residential unit to make the project more financial feasible, and at the same time provide housing to the city.
So bottom line, you think this is a good move?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Thank you.
Anyone else from the public that would like to speak?
I have no additional speaker cards.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay, now. Vice Mayor, let's have council discussion now.
Thank you, Mayor. I would like to, Planning Director Lee, can you bring up slides 13? And the next one would be slide 28, I think. Yeah. And slide 13 first, and then 28, please. Who's working on?
So.
Book 13, the one that shows the neighborhood commercial mixed use, the 3 areas, MUC, MU 1, 2, and 3. Who's working on? Oh, Suzanne. There. That's 13. Oops, what happened? That's all right. I'll ask my question then. While you guys are looking for it. I really like that the neighborhood commercial mixed use, and it's focused on the MCMU 1, 2, and 3. The one MCMU 1 over at Sunny Hills area, right there by Dixon Landing. And the one the one over at Park Victoria and Calaveras, and then MCMU 3, the one over in Park Victoria and Landis, right by across Ocean Market, close to Seafood City. My question is, with this MCMU designations on these areas, how many do we project in terms of housing, additional housing? Do we have those numbers?
It's a little bit difficult to project because we don't know which ones will redevelop. We could assume they all do or some of them do. I believe we have done some of that analysis in the past. I don't know if Mr. Sensenig, if you happen to have maybe some of those numbers available.
I do not have them in front of me. I think we could dig up that information.
Next time, I think you bring that back, because what's the point of having this MCMU 1, 2, and 3 if we don't know approximately? It doesn't have to be exact, but if we know that it will add to our arena numbers, I think that would help.
Yeah, it certainly will. Let's see if I can dig it up. Thank you.
Okay, the next one is the town center 1, 2, and 3. I like that as well because it zero in on you guys were able to zero in on the areas that would help more on the commercial side, not on the residential side, which you guys took the feedback from the council when you guys were here early this year, correct? That not to touch any of our commercial areas as much in building homes, but you were able to identify the 3 areas that would be ideal for mixed use, which there you go. Yeah, this the yellow one, which is the TC3, the red one TC2, and then the blue one, which is highly commercialized. It decreases in terms of the commercial requirements from TC1, TC2, and TC3. I like those. Thank you. Good job. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I do have some of the numbers.
You do? Okay,
yes.
good.
So we looked at each area and kind of estimated, different scenarios, like if there was a high level of redevelopment or a medium level of redevelopment, and with assuming a high level of redevelopment. So this is actually perhaps an overestimation, but for the town center, with the affordable housing ordinance, so utilizing that and getting a density bonus, you would get likely the TC2 and the 3 areas redeveloping, resulting in a little over 2,000 units.
Okay, good.
And then for the NCMU area, I will look up that number real quickly. I think these are 3 areas, so it would take a little bit of time, but I guess to go
That's
real.
all right.
I have some of the high level numbers, Director Lee.
Sure.
So for all 3 NCMU areas together, the lower redevelopment scenario, which is probably more likely in the next 10 to 15 years, would see about 1,500 additional units. And then the high development scenario, assuming that all the parcels redevelop, which, I don't know that there's a scenario where that would actually happen, but just to understand what the zoning does, it would zone for about 5,000 additional units.
Oh, that's great. That's great to hear. Thank you both so much. Good job. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any other comments from my colleagues? Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Lee. I like the project. Thank you for the presentation. Just one comment. These projects will add more units, more affordable housing, meaning more people, more cars. How do you address the parking issues?
That's a great question. And as with any development, we would apply the parking standards that we currently have. So, I mean, there are ways to get exceptions and waivers from this through the state density bonus law. But in general, we would be able to apply our parking requirements. So, you know, that would hopefully be addressed, but we would review this on a project by project basis as each development comes in to make sure that, you know, these parking issues are addressed. Yeah, and any other impacts more on a traffic level and other categories would all be analyzed through CEQA analysis, the California Environmental Quality Act.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. And that brings to my mind, those are good questions, Councilmember Lin. What you mentioned about the density bonus, but when there's a density bonus, there's no required parking. So how do you explain that?
Yeah, that it's possible that a developer may request that, but that's something that they would be able to regardless of this project. Although I would say a lot of developers will want some level of parking. So, you know, we've seen a lot of developers come in, a lot of them propose some level of parking rather than none. But that is true. Like through the state density bonus law, that is something that a developer could request. But density bonus with waivers and concessions have to be approved by the city council. So any development project that proposes that would be seen by the council.
Oh, okay. I thought the state superseded our decisions.
That's a great point and a great
They
question.
took away part of our local control.
And I would say it takes away some of our local control for other aspects of the project. But our ordinance does state that density bonuses and waivers and concessions do go to the council.
Okay, well, that's good to hear. One more question from me. The FAR. So let's say you have a commercial strip and they want to build housing on the top, and then the bottom commercial. What is the ratio of the floor area ratio? Because the ones that are on Main Street, one of the problems is that the FAR for the commercial is too small, and so you're not really getting a diverse commercial or businesses there because it's pretty small. So is there a requirement? Do we have a formula that gives the FAR a bigger number so they can create a bigger space for their business?
Director Lee, do you mind if I take this one? So in each the TWC and the NCMU, it's graduated, and I'll use the NCMU as an example. So typically where there are larger shopping centers currently that have an existing FAR of about 0.2 to 0.25, some have up to 0.3. Those in NCMU 1 are required to have a minimum of 0.25 commercial. Now that's a minimum. Any developer on any of these parcels can come in with up to 0.75 FAR. And then in NCMU 2, which are smaller properties, they're required only 0.1 FAR. And then there are areas that require no commercial. And this is, we worked with our economic consultant in looking at precedents across the Bay Area and different projects. And this is what you're seeing kind of in any redevelopment of aging shopping centers or other stores along major corridors. And a large part of that actually has to do with like the cost of parking and how much parking that you can get to support the retail on a project on a small parcel.
Okay, great. Thank you. So those were the questions. Oh, one more. So the town center, there is that building where that used to be the USB bank. Now, that site, if we approve this, that site can be made into can be turned into housing. However, that area is all commercial. Do you think that it would be non-conforming? And personally, I would like to see housing, and then on the bottom, a theater for the performing arts, because you have all the parking available, and plus it's next to City Hall, and you have all the shopping amenities there. Do you feel that that would be something that is possible?
Yeah, I could.
Chris?
Okay, if that is directed to me, we feel that this site is one of the sites that really can have supportive residential that will add a horizontal mixed use element to the town center. And by bringing in more doors, more housing will support the of the existing retail there. The zoning, like if the HODs were ultimately adopted, the office building would still be a conforming use, but residential would be also an allowed use. The project would not preclude any sort of retail or performing arts center on the ground floor, but the financial feasibility of a performing arts center on the ground floor of a residential building, that's, I would think, more or less a loss for the developer and would be more of a community benefit.
Okay, thanks for that answer. All right, thank you. Are there any other council members that would like to speak on this item? Let's see. Councilmember Fan.
Yeah, I'm generally supportive of the recommendations. I think with the TWC though, I wouldn't want to be so restrictive with residential only projects. I think that that should always be an option, rather than to disallow it altogether. Obviously, you can encourage, more mixed use projects, but to altogether restrict residential, I think would be a disservice, especially considering that we do need people to patronize all the commercial activity going on there. So I think it's possible. And the other thing that was brought up earlier, I think AB 2011, I think would be should be incentivized for the projects in these zones. I think projects should be built by applicants, developers who pay their workers a fair wage and healthcare, and has a spirit of advancing the community that they're going to invest in. These conversations should be had now as we look forward to the future with our long range planning. And yeah, the future looks very promising based off of what staff has presented so far. So those are my thoughts. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fan. Any other comments? Okay, so let's take a vote. This is just a report, right? Or is it, it's no action? Okay. Okay, receipt and file. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jay, for a great job. Okay, now item leadership and support services. Ned, 18.
Yes, our final item tonight, item number 18, is an ordinance, an amendment to the Milpitas Municipal Code related to music at or amplified sound at Gill Park. So I'll turn the time over to our city attorney, Michael Mutalapasi, for brief remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. This item came before this council on September 19th. So I believe the council is generally familiar with it. We do have some slide. Next slide, please. So this is just a reminder of where Gill Park is and its layout, corner of Paso Refugio and Santa Rita Drive. Next slide, please. These are the two picnic areas in Gill Park. These are the most likely places where someone would seek a noise permit for amplified sound. Next slide, please. So as we discussed on September 19th, Section 5-9-4.05 of the Milpitas Municipal Code is vague and likely unenforceable. The language written in red is the portion that's vague and unenforceable. This was brought to the council's attention on September 19th. The council offered feedback. Next slide, please. The feedback offered by the council was to bring an ordinance to correct the ambiguity set forth in the municipal code and to make sure that the ordinance developed a regulation that allowed for respectful use of the park. It considers both the needs of the users of the park and the surrounding community, specifically to allow both groups to be able to enjoy the park more respectfully. Next slide, please. So the recommendation would be to, following the city attorney's reading out loud of the title, to move to waive the reading beyond the title and to introduce ordinance 196.12. This ordinance effectively deletes the language that's ambiguous, the language that was highlighted in red in the fourth slide, which would align the regulations in Gill Park with every other park in the city, which would allow for amplified sound with a permit. The permit would have to be applied through the city manager's designee, which is the police department. Permits could be denied based on reasonable restrictions related to time and the effect that it would have on the rest of the community. And so with that, I would take any questions from the council.
Any comments from anyone? I guess I have one, and one is, so this new ordinance is just going to state that it's the same as all the other parks, right?
So the ordinance would effectively delete the ambiguous language, which would make it exactly the same as each of the other
Okay,
parks.
all right. And I'll call for public comment now. Welcome.
Good evening. As a resident living next to Gill Park, I request the city council support keeping the no amplified music ordinance for Gill Park. This noise ordinance was passed in 2006 by the city council. It does need to be reworded so it clearly states the restrictions of no amplified music, oration, or live music, and in the way that it can be enforced. Appreciate your listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public that would like to speak on this item?
Madam Mayor and the City Council, my name is Albert King, and I think that the council should looking on the history of the UN, which is it happened 16 years ago. It passed by the whole city council that in Gill Park you cannot have an amplified music, and so because it's very close, the residential very close to the park, and then at the time that already passed, and then that's for some reason that in the city somebody wrote wrong. It's not the intention of the time the city council and the resident. And you can also look back on the archive on the Milpitas post. It is a clearly record that meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Montemayor.
There may be a way to dampen the noise, but as the previous speakers, it's really, I spoke last time, and my relatives' house is far northern past tramway, but I know it's really, I've rented that park a couple of times also with my associations, and I'm for the neighborhood there that it's really not good of too loud sounds there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out here and speaking on this item. So now we'll move on to council discussion. Any comments from my colleagues? I have
Thank you, Mayor. I would like the city attorney to define amplified noise or sound, please.
So amplified noise is not defined within the Milpitas Municipal Code. That means it would take the sort of general use definition. I think that would be any sound for which electronic amplification would be. That would be music played out of a phone or Bluetooth speaker. That would be or a boombox kind of thing. That would be also anything going through a PA system. So a band or a presenter who is going through a PA system or a bullhorn.
So the change that you're recommending again, please clarify.
So the recommendation would be to introduce ordinance 196.12, which deletes the language that was on slide number 3. And if you can bring up slide number 3. It deletes the language in section 4.05 of chapter 9 of title 5. It's in red here. Which is the ambiguous language. The effect of this deletion would be that Gill Park would be treated like each of the other parks, which would mean the use of loudspeakers would be prohibited, except with a permit issued by the city manager or city manager's designee. The city manager's designee at this point is the police department.
So that's what the
actually, you already spoke. I will ask the city attorney if he's allowed to speak on this item.
Yeah. Is that what you, because I'm kind of confused. Is that what you're asking us to do?
That long time ago, somebody wrote down the city ordinance, is wrote it wrong. Now you can look at back the archive in the post. And it has a very clear record that the city council passed that ordinance, especially for
Right.
because it's so close, the neighborhood is so close to the park, not like the other park. That's why it should not be the same as the other.
But this ordinance will prevent anybody from using any type of.
Any amplified music and
Okay.
loud noise.
And I think that's the intent you guys need, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Indeed, it also has in the basketball pole. It has clearly has a city ordinance back over there saying no amplified noise.
Okay, good.
Yeah, because a lot of the people playing the basketball, they make a really loud noise.
Right. Yeah, I've been there almost once a week. Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, City Attorney.
So, thank you. I would like to ask Jared to come and reiterate what are your experiences on the noise problems that we face in the parks?
Good evening, Council. Jared Hernandez, serving as your Chief of Police. So just to clarify, the ordinance as it currently stands today, it was creating confusion for our officers because it could be interpreted that the noise ordinance where you have to get a permit does not apply. Therefore, you can use amplified sound in the park. That's not what the intent was as the residents are stating today. What their interpretation of the way that code means is under no circumstances can you have amplified sound. So what the city attorney is doing in his presentation is trying to bring continuity amongst all of our parks. The history behind this particular park really revolved around the skate park that used to exist there and the basketball courts. It really isn't about the distance of the homes to the park. It was about how that park was being used at that time. And the council back then, their intent was no amplified sound at that park whatsoever. So the question before this council is, do we accept the language from the city attorney that brings this park consistent with all other parks?
That's exactly what I want to clarify, because when Vice Mayor said, according to the city attorney, this is what the two community members want. I go, no, let's verify that. It is not correct. How hard is it to obtain the permit, Chief?
I left too early. It's not difficult. So the residents will just fill out a piece of paper. It'll have the contact person on there along with what the function is. Usually I'll see them for like birthday parties or those types of things. And then I evaluate the request and I sign it. That gets put on file. And then if we get a noise complaint, then the officer has something to refer back to know if it's authorized or if it's not authorized. In all reality, it's rare that we deny those requests.
Do they have to pay?
Not the police department. I don't know what the process through parks is. I wouldn't be the right person to ask that question.
I can answer that really quickly. Before they go to the police department, they do need to get a permit from our recreation department, and there is a fee for that, for renting the park. And it could be reviewed at that time as well. So there's a couple of different opportunities for the city to consider amplified sound at the park. It could be part of the permit as well.
And do we have a time limit, a time frame that they can use if they obtain that permit?
So the resident requesting to use amplified sound will note the times on the application. Okay. The latest that I've seen is probably about 8 o'clock at night, where it shuts down at 8 o'clock at night. which our noise ordinance technically is 10 o'clock for the quiet times anyways. I've never seen it earlier than 8 in the morning. Oftentimes people will put the request for the total time they're using the park for their event, but the amplified sound is really just a small window within the total hours.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Councilmember Lin. Anyone else? Okay, so let's have a motion.
Mayor, Recreation Director Lawrenson would like to speak. Recreation Director Lawrenson would like to speak.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to briefly clarify that picnic rentals, which is the majority of the requests that we get for amplified sound, they get use of the picnic areas from 8 a.m. to 8 p.m. If there is a special event permit that is requested through the city, then those amplified sound permits can go until 10 o'clock, but that is it. So there's two different types of uses for amplified sound. So they start with us, and then the amplified sound permit is sent from our offices over to the police department offices, and then it completes their application packet once it's approved.
How much is the fee?
Well, that depends on the park and the park size. There's a lot of different variables there. And if it's a special event permit, depends on if it's a nonprofit. So there's varying fees there. But in general, if you're renting a picnic area, you're looking at anywhere between, $70 to the largest park areas, which is like Pinewood, which is $300. But that's for the day. That's the 12-hour rate.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Seeing no more discussion, let's move on to have a motion. Who would like to make a motion? Let's have a Councilmember Fan.
I'll move approval.
Motion by Councilmember Fan. Is there a second? Okay, I'll go ahead and second it. Let's take a vote.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Yeah.
Let me have a.
No. I'm speaking. The motion is to introduce ordinance 196.12 to amend the that section of the municipal code and introduce ordinance 196.13 to add section 2.13 to chapter 9 of the Muni Code and amend section 4 of chapter 9, title 5 of the Muni Code as recommended by staff.
So if I may interject, staff's recommendation would be to introduce ordinance 196.2 as you stated, but to decline to introduce ordinance 196.13.
Okay. To introduce.
So the recommendation would be to introduce ordinance 196.12, full stop.
Okay, then that.
So if I may restate the motion, the motion would be to introduce ordinance 196.12, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas, amending section 4.05 of chapter 9, Parks of Title 5, Public Health, Safety and Welfare of the Milpitas Municipal Code.
So moved.
The effect of that motion would then be to delete the language that we discussed earlier, putting the park, Gill Park, in line with all the other parks.
Okay, so moved.
With the other part. Okay, so thank you, Councilmember Fan. Is there a second? I know, but I'm giving an opportunity for anybody else because I didn't hear anybody. Councilmember Lynn, do you want to second it? If not, I did, but you wanted some clarification on the ordinance. Okay, I'll second it. All right, it's time for the vote.
Vice Mayor Chua,
Oh, hold on a minute. Okay.
I just want to clarify, this is to standardize all the parks in Milpitas to anybody who's trying to use a amplified sound must get a permit from Parks and Recs, then to the police department.
That's correct.
Aye.
Councilmember Leon,
No.
Councilmember Fan,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, looks like we're 3-1. Okay. And so it passed. And now we'll move on to our announcements and future agenda items. Acting City Manager, oh, you're not acting anymore. You are the city manager. It says you're acting. City Manager, do you have any announcements?
Thank you. I do not have any announcements tonight. Thank you very much.
Okay. And council members, do you have anything? Okay. Okay, I have a couple. And so I would like to put on the list a gray water rebates program. And because of climate change, I think the water issue is shortages are going to increase. That's number one. I would like a Main Street parade in the future on the list. And also a referral for the utility infrastructure costs on Main Street from Carlo to Corning Streets, because from my understanding, that's the reason why we can't put lights there, because there's no electrical infrastructure. So I'd like to know what is the cost. And yeah, I would like also I would like to thank staff for all the hard work on the art walk and the Delano Manong's dedication ceremony. And I also wanted to announce that on my DC trip, I was able to visit with and connect with Congressman Ro Khanna, Zolofran, Panetta and Padilla and staff, and ask for future funding for our city projects. And it's looking very positive. So I'd like on the 3 items, gray water, Main Street parade, and referral. Oh, just actually the gray water and the Main Street for or maybe the referral for the utility infrastructure for a consensus from my colleagues. So let's start with
the rainwater rebate. Vice Mayor Chua.
let's do the gray water one.
Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Chua. This is for the rainwater rebates.
It's for the shower, when you shower and when you use washing dishes. To look into possible rebates and working with the water, Bell Valley Water. Because I know that it's the plumbing that cost. So it's called gray water. So Vice Mayor Chua. Well, it's for discussion. Yay or nay if you want to discuss it, just like all the other ones. Just a yes or no.
Yeah, just to clarify, well, if there's consensus on the council, we'll put it on the prioritization list.
You put it on the list. It's not really a priority. None of them are priorities. We prioritize. It's just put on the list.
Yeah, we call it a prioritization. Yeah,
Okay.
It goes on the list and
Yeah,
we'll
it
bring it
goes
back
on the
to
list.
prioritization.
Right.
Vice Mayor Chua.
Okay, yes.
Councilmember Leon.
Yes.
Councilmember Fan.
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. And then the next one is for the Main Street Parade. And I'm hoping that we can do a partnership with, I know Councilmember Lynn requested for a multicultural event. So maybe we can do something around that. Okay,
Vice Mayor Chua.
Can I suggest that because Councilmember Lynn has the international event on Main Street and you have the parade, what I would like to
Well, it's just
suggest is to have a diversity parade. It's not just in Main Street, but throughout town.
but it's still a parade. No matter whatever you call it, it's still a parade. Okay.
No.
Okay, next.
Councilmember Leon.
I'd like to have it as one, so no on this.
Councilmember Fan.
Nay.
All right, that's it. That's a referral for utility, but that's a referral. It's not a list item. Okay. And so, is that it? Let me see. Yeah, we're gonna adjourn. Thank you, everyone. Oh, wait, stop. Forgot to make the announcement before we adjourn, I would like to close this meeting in memory of those lives tragically lost in the current conflicts in the Middle East, Ukraine, and throughout the world. On behalf of the City Council, I express heartfelt condolences and sympathy for those individuals and families who have lost their loved ones or their homes in this ongoing tragedy. Milpitas is a diverse community where people of many different backgrounds and cultures coexist peacefully with one another. Our greatest desire is that other people across the world will have the same opportunity for peace and harmony and a bright future for their children. Thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.